Time is 5:38. I would like to call this special Board of Education meeting to order. The first item on our agenda is the call to order, and the roll call for those Board of Education members who are present. Trustee Goodrich, could you perform the roll call, please?
Madam President. Trustee Kennedy.
Present.
Trustee Fields. Here. Trustee Goodrich. Here. Trustee Thompson.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Present.
Here. Thank you. We have 6 Board of Education members present and 1 absent. Next, that takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. And at this time, I'd like to invite everyone in attendance to join us in reciting of the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
President Hawkins, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to our presentation. And our first one this evening is our budget hearing presentation. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross to introduce the presenter for our budget hearing.
Thank you, Madam President. We know at this time of the year, we post for this budget hearing. And we have our Director of Business Services and Finance, Damian Butler, who will share our budget projection for the 25-26 school year. And the board will consider it at the 6:30 meeting, and will answer any questions the board may have for the consideration of for the adoption at the regular board meeting.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent, Madam President, Board Trustees. We're going to take a look at the closeout of this year and what evidence is showing us can be the next few years coming up for attendance and our revenue for the school district.
This one should just be the hearing for the 25-26.
So that's not these slides. Okay, sorry about that. So in your board package, you have the final budget amendment and next year's proposed budget.
Yeah, not the 3-year projection, just the 25-26.
So their final amendment will have 3 columns on it, and we'll look at the 2 previous columns are our amendments from earlier this year, and the final is dated today.
Thank you.
And then the proposed budget is one single column of revenue and expenses. We've made a few adjustments throughout the year for various projects, and we've started to work on a few of our debt relief projects. That money is coming back to us as once we spend it, we have a drawdown request. We have received the first drawdown deposit. It's taken about 4 weeks to get done. So as we go through the summer and continue our projects across the district, we'll continue to draw those funds down. From the first budget amendment through now, we've adjusted how we present the funds. Our local revenue has not increased. I just have started adding into the sinking fund revenue because of the projects that we have going on across the district. It's creating more spending, so it looks like we're spending more. And when we keep the sinking fund separate from our local revenue, it looks like we're spending beyond our revenue, which is not the case. It's just a matter of how we report it. So that the sinking fund is continuing to go and helps us get the project completed. So that shows the increase in our local revenue. Transportation is continuing to be a place where we see a great deal of spending for various transportation services across the district, and there was an increase in spending in transportation. Athletics was also an area that we saw a little bit more spending, but they're preparing for next season, and especially for football, fall sports. Most of those items are bought in the summer as we close out this fiscal year going into next year, because their practices start late July, early August. And the turnaround time for those items just takes time. So there's more spending in that area for athletics. And facilities is also an area where we see more spending, but that is in line with the sinking fund and how we report that. As we continue to have growth in our student body, we have more per pupil. The student, our increase in attendance has an increase in our student aid and our state aid that comes in. So that gives us a little bit of a increase and creates more amendments as we go throughout the school year. So we're closing out this year in pretty good shape. We're not in a deficit. We don't need to borrow any money, so we're spending is up, but our revenue matches it. We're preparing now to get the audit started, starting to close out and close out our final POs for the year and open up the new school year for the new fiscal year for 2026. And school year will follow in August. Spending has been closed out, and we'll restart that up in the next few weeks. Do you all have any particular questions on any of our items on our budget amendment?
Yes, please. Okay, if I'm seeing right, for transportation for April 2025 and June 2025, okay, the price did not change, right?
No, we didn't have any more, we didn't have an increase in spending for transportation. The increase came from the beginning of the school year to the end of the school year.
Okay. So on this page, the price is stating 9,000. I'm sorry.
That's next year. This is the proposed, this is the single page, but the single column is the proposed budget for next year. And that increase from the 6 million to 9 million is because of the transportation costs that we have this year.
Got you. Okay, I was just, okay. I
Yeah,
understand.
that one, yeah.
Okay, oh,
Good. Okay.
okay. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions for the budget amendment, we're moving to next year's the resolution for 2026.
He's just asking, did they have more questions for the amendment, so he could just talk through the, but no, you have more questions.
I just wanted to make sure the board didn't have any more questions. Thank you so much. Go ahead, trustee.
This resolution right here says.
No. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep, thank you, Arbor. So the first one, he just wants to make sure, because this, you guys aren't voting yet, this is just a hearing. So this one is just so that we're not over the 10% changes. He just went over this with the 3 columns. These are the changes so that we're not over 10% on our audit for the amendments. So you guys got the original budget in November. We had one amendment in April, so that's that middle column. So he's bringing you this one today for June, and you will vote on it. You can have more discussion at the 6:30, but this is that final amendment so that we're not over 10% on the budget.
April to make.
Yeah.
They got the same amount, but it looked like one of them. He had to pay, but.
Yep.
State and local.
So, and it's, thank you for asking that. So every single line item, when they come through for the audit, so if it's not more than 10% change on that line item, he doesn't have to change it. So if it's not more than that 10% on that line item, that might remain the same than April that he projected out. So the ones that's within 10% change, he had to change it to align it so that when those auditors come, that he can be at least within 10% of what's gonna happen by June 30th, so that we won't get a finding. So those are the ones he is making the amendments to, and making the recommendations to you guys, so that when they come in, we won't get a finding. To make it to line up to what our actual spending should be, because we got invoices still coming in, so it still might not be exact. So we're hoping that after he's talked to the principals and the directors, and we're hoping invoices are gonna be coming in, but it's as close as it can be as of today, June 18th. They're in, but that means businesses like outside, like outside vendors are still sending them in. So when they come in, yeah. Right, so as close as we can be, because although they've sent them in, they're gonna come in the mail. So that's why it's as close as it can be. And thank you for that, to elaborate just a little bit more. He stopped spending, like, remember when we came to you and said we stopped spending, but that still doesn't mean that whoever we spent with didn't send an invoice later. That's why they stopped the spending so early. Thank you for that. That's a good question that the public might ask.
I have a question on the last part of that. So if an invoice comes in after July 1st, is that considered an expense for the next school year or for the current school year?
It's an expense for anything after July 1st, it goes on to next fiscal year. So where the POs cut off is we don't order, we don't have any more ordering, no new spending for this year. All this year has been cut off, but we'll continue to pay invoices and outstanding bills. So then that goes into how we plan for next, what we have to cover, but we do our best to get them all closed out before. But mail is slow, invoices, dates are, don't always line up perfectly with us, so.
And I guess the caveat would be like some of our title summer school type thing goes to September 3rd.
Yes, so federal grants go to September 30th, so the fiscal years overlap. So we still have grants and things going, but for the most part, all of our invoices are paid, well, all of our POs, I said invoices, POs, all of our purchase orders are cut off for this year so we can close out. Invoices are different. We pay those net 30 and make sure we're meeting our obligations financially.
Any other board questions? Thank you, Mr. Butler.
We move on to so the single column you have is the resolution for 25-26 school year. You'll see there's a bit of an increase in our local revenue, just with our the L 4029 and our tax increases just going up about a couple $100,000. It's not a great deal of an increase, but we expect to see a little more local revenue. We are increasing in our student count, so per pupil allowance is increasing our state aid, which is definitely a good thing. And our federal aid is going to remain steady. And as we'll get to a little while in the presentation, ESSER was a big portion of our budget last year that ended in the beginning of last school year. The SEEK grant went away as well, so that was one of the changes we made for federal grants, but we still have our title funds. LEAP is still going on till 2020, the end of 2026, I believe. And the Magna grant is a good portion of our federal revenue. Now, grants and transfers are just funds that we exchange through ISD, WEOC, special education, those things in that area. Our spending will remain pretty much the same. I mean, the programming is here. We're going to increase a little bit with offering some new programs, but as we offer those new programs, that'll bring students our way, and our state aid will increase and balance that out. Ideally, we do not plan to, overspend our revenue, and we'll still be within, as long as we're keeping an eye on what we're spending, which we're doing in the finance office, and changing up some of our processes and how we get things, information in and out, how we manage spending, cutting it off in time, giving ourselves down days to process information and make sure everything is in order. We will be on track. And our total expenditures will be, our total revenue will put us in $78,411,000. And we plan to spend about $78,300,000. But as the year goes on, we'll make adjustments, and we'll have regular budget amendments as well. As much as we like to plan for the future, we can't guarantee the future.
Trustee Thompson?
I'm looking at transportation.
Yes, so transportation, we sat with the director, and there are some changes in vehicles. They're looking at purchasing a few vehicles to offset some of the challenges that the director sees with the buses that we have. There's a new lease that we want to go into, and there's a short-term lease now, and we're looking at making it a long-term lease. But in that transition, our vehicle spending is going to increase a little bit. We also have a few services that we're trying to adjust and find a better way to spend. We have a lot of transportation services for special needs, our homeless community, and special needs in our medical spaces as well. That cost is increasing, and we're working through to find the best way to provide those services at a lower cost. So we have 27 buses total, 17 are leased, and those are diesel buses, and we own the 10 electric buses. And then we're going through the process of maintenance and use, and I can't speak, 100% to the process, because I know that there's just challenges with the buses charging and motors, engines. So we have buses that are going through maintenance. We have diesel buses to fill them in, but there's just changing how we do that is going to get a little bit more expensive before it gets a little cheaper. So maintenance is a challenge, but that's part of the lease agreement that we have. So it's I'll defer.
Why transportation is more expensive? Two reasons. First of all, it's more expensive because before the pandemic, when we did the cost analysis, we had the shuttling. Our students were to go, for example, if they were their home base was Erickson, they would go to Erickson, and we would shuttle them from Erickson to Estabrook or wherever. Now they have bus stops and they go everywhere again. We didn't resume the shuttling. And so that is way more expensive again. In order to have the cost go back down to pre-pandemic, we'd have to go back to shuttling. The cost of the electric buses are less expensive than the other buses. So that is true. They are less expensive. When we saw the decrease in spending was before the pandemic with the shuttle. So again, the only way to go back down is to go back to shuttling, which we have to revisit that whole process of reshuttling the students from the pandemic. The issue with the buses, also with the leases, with the electric charging buses, is that they do not do well in the winter. They don't start all the time. Look at the mother. Yes, they do not start all the time. They really did do a good job with the state saying, please try these 10 buses, but they are not reliable. So the diesel buses do really, really well. The buses that we lease do really well. All those buses do great. They are on the road. They are very reliable. But the buses that we got through the grant program that are electric buses, those are the ones. And we don't have any buses that aren't running right now. It's just during the winter time, even though we start really early, the electric buses just are not reliable.
Yeah, the whole concern is that in years' time, it's at $1 million. A little over $1 million, just in transportation. Chamber, to the gym. And again, projected addition. So, should we discuss it more?
She's recommending that, and that's mostly in special ed, that's 100% reimbursable.
Okay.
He didn't continue that one, but that is 100%, and it is right now a recommendation, but that is mostly, he mentioned the medically fragile, but those are specific buses that are special ed, which is reimbursed. But I don't know, you can go into the
Well-
details of I know it's special ed.
So we do have, as part of our transportation reporting for the year, special needs buses, special needs operations plays a part in how we get some of our funding from IDEA and from our federal revenue. So just the increase of moving those students around does impact the operations of transportation. And the transportation director wants to make sure we have everything in place as far as the proper buses when we do renew we lease the proper buses and all those things. And there's an increased cost for those vehicles. And then the services that we provide, how much we provide for the community is going to impact. So maintenance goes in there, how much we're running the buses. So that increase in transportation is not just transportation, but it covers, the operation of the whole department. Personnel, maintenance, training, all those things.
How many electric buses do we have?
10,
So the 10 that we own are electric,
yes.
and those are new leases. New buses.
New buses, yes. We received them August of last year.
So even with the new buses and the challenges, whatever the mechanical piece, whatever's not working properly with them, it's not something that is also covered because it's a new.
So the new
it's not
buses,
warranty,
our maintenance is on our lease buses. So
not on the own.
we do maintain the electric buses,
Okay,
but the maintenance for the lease buses is on the leasing company.
right.
we maintain the electric buses in-house. So we have a contractor service to come in and work with our electric buses. If they can be worked on here, they're worked on here. If not, they go back to Hoekstra, who is the leasing company, but they also have maintenance services. So the maintenance for the electric buses is outside of the lease buses. That makes sense. The diesel buses, we have a maintenance contract for that. Electric buses, it's a case by case.
Okay, and so that, I'm assuming that cost was already built into the budget, the maintenance.
Yes, but that is one of the increased costs we have that we've taken into consideration when we added to the transportation budget.
One last question. Does this new projection also take into account the consideration or addition of the new school that's gonna open up? New
Yes.
academic, it does?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, I don't know, this is all just projected stuff. I don't have more accurate calculation, maybe. So you're looking at the price of like, you're looking at all units. But then we see, right, 59 cents, and you know, we see 11 cents. But when we actually do it, is it gonna be to the penny right when they're actually presented? We don't think that that's gonna make sense because we don't have to really go over what it adds. We actually look at, all right, is it more accurate? You know,
Oh, even when we do the audit comes through, it's down to the dollar. Because just for rounding issues, I mean, we can have a matter of pennies that can change $100 to $1,000.
how, you know, I'm saying how, not even accurate, but like it's such a penny, but we have it here, then you got 59 cents. But we don't, I don't see where nothing else would make it 59 cents. You know what I'm saying? And it's not that, but I'm just saying when you do the fine, is it more accurate or, and then on the number, we have one that says 11 cents. But, you know, there are, is that just like big oversight or is it gonna be more?
That's just rounding the 1.11 cent.
65 to 1%.
Mm.
So everything else like no dollars, I mean, no cents. So how do you come up with 59 cents, right? There are some.
So the 11 cent is the debt payment that we made. That was what we paid for and it was a copy and paste.
7, 8, 4, 11, if not those 4, 9 items added. Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking.
But so the 11 cents is for our debt service. Was the other one?
Okay, this is fine. Okay, that comes down to, that's where those come up. Then the one up here on the top, like on the single line, that's 59 cents. Where are the other? There's no cents that's saying. I mean, I'm just asking, is that normally more?
That's another rounding. When I rounded it out, I didn't round it. I didn't round to the nearest dollar. Everything else is so we take the change out for rounding errors because if we have every one of these we can throw us off about it can be a difference of $1,000 in change. So we go to the nearest dollar, and each of our amendments are adjusted to make sure that we're all on track. So that is the total revenue, and that's what I do see. We did not take out the change to make it a flat dollar.
You know, they can't 59 cents, because I don't see nothing else got any cent. You know what I mean?
And that's so
Okay, but I'm like, what does that look like when you do it in the end and they audit how? Yeah, what does that look like?
Understood. So we take the change out to remove that confusion, and I will make sure no change, no spare change.
Trustee Goodrich?
Thank you, Madam President. This is not so much a question, but I just wanted to acknowledge that how much uncertainty goes into trying to set our budgets for fiscal year 2026. And we've all gotten updates on House Bill 4577, which I know could potentially radically change the distribution of funding for districts like ours, and that there is still a fair amount of uncertainty in how federal funding is going to shake out. So it's not a question, but I guess if we have folks watching, just an exhortation that we need to keep leaning on our legislators to pass reasonable budgets that support our students and to pass them in a time frame so that we can reasonably make our budgets, because we're required to turn in a budget when we don't know what funding is going to come from at the state and federal level. And that's crazy. And that's all.
Thank you, trustee Goodrich. We were all on Friday, writing to people, especially the people who helped us with the debt reduction. They are, thank goodness, several of them are still in office. We were writing back and forth. I was in a meeting at the WEAC meeting and WSA meeting on Friday, even though the district was closed on Friday, writing them, asking them for favor for the, for Ypsilanti specifically. And they were like, when did you guys get the debt reduction? And I'm like, remember, it was December 2023, even though we're just getting paid 321 now funding. I was telling them exactly what we're doing. And it's really good that we're using the money to do the work. And I was saying, we're spending it now. Would you like to see what we're spending it on? And sharing what we're spending it on and really reporting back. And so it's really important that we're spending it, that we're spending the money specifically on what we said. And I was reminding the folks, like, even though we could have money spending it on different, I'm like, nope. Like, this money was for summer school. This is summer school money and we asked for it to be for summer school. I don't care. There could be a grant. Nope, this is what it is. We said we're going to do it because people are changing so fast and they forget. And it is going to be really important because they have been switching up money for schools and using it on roads.
Hmm.
And they have, this is the first time in history that the House bill was put out and passed on the same day. Put out and passed on the same day. And we're like, let's be very careful, everybody. Let's be looking. Let's talk about that we are being really clear that this money is going to our students, really clear that we're using this money and that we need the money still, and that money in specific categoricals for us is super important. And for us, the money for foods is important. For us, the money for Medicaid is important. For us, the money for the food, like, we're just going down, at risk is important. Like, and we're just laying it out on why this is important. So thank you for bringing that up. And when he goes through the 3-year projections, yes, it's so hard to talk about projections. And people talk ballooning the 12,000. It sounds good, but it is so scary what that might mean for what is not in it. And so, you know, even people looking at this 3%, we're running out of the money that what was promised to districts and what we have to pay for. So thank you.
Other board questions? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mhm.
That's all I have for board resolutions and amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Have a great evening. See you in a few minutes.
Next, that takes us to our second discussion item, our discussion item, which is the naming discussion for our new dual Spanish immersion school. And at this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam President. This was a really exciting conversation, and I know that there was the thought exchange. There was the thought exchange that people participated in, and I'm just going to go quickly through so that there can be the dialogue about it. And we even have a citizen participation that I'm excited that there was and it's just the summary, because you guys have seen it. We asked for input and we asked for families to participate. We had 192 participants, which evoked 65 thoughts. And with the thought exchange, people can rate each other. So it's not just a survey, people can rate each other's thoughts. And it was 1,249 ratings. So people interacted with each other's thoughts. And here are the words that came up. You can see a lot of people really pushed the words immersion and Spanish and academy, and other words came up. And so in there, out of that, the top rating. So once the thoughts came up, they rated. And the things that were rated were Ipses and Estrellas and Premier and Ypsilanti and Dual were rated many times in there. And people said in there, the key thoughts that they said were dual language education prepares students for success in the multicultural world by fostering bilingualism and biliteracy and intercultural competence. Students in dual immersion programs often demonstrate stronger working memory. They said, Carlos, how many pointers? Globales, which is global bridges, dual language immersion school, saying that our world is becoming more multilingual every day. We live by a globally connected world. They said, I love the idea of raising awareness in our children, because we want to get to the language, the naming. So they gave us all these different things and thoughts. They rated by stars, and here are what they said. They said the top names, pretty much the same, came up. Ypsilanti Premier Spanish Immersion School. It came in 3 different ways, but that's pretty much the name that they really liked. Ypsilanti Premier Spanish Immersion School. Another one was Academia Esperanza. It means Hope Academy. Amigos Multilingual Academy. Bilingual Friends Across Languages. Ypsilanti Explorers Spanish Academy. Yes, Academy. The name is clear, easy identifier that could generate community interest. It aligns with our slogan, say yes to YCS. And it just talks about the why again, but really people really enjoyed being able to say it. Another one was Estrellas Brillantes. Our scholars are brilliant. Seeds, Little Seeds of the Future was another one that came out. Another one, La Unificado, Cada Ypsilanti Spanish Immersion School. Unificada means unified. So people rated it. The point test, so there was two A's and B's. So once you got to the ratings, these are again, we kind of had to put them into an ISD, by the way, kind of pulled this all together for us so that it wasn't done like internally. They put all our ratings together. The ones with all ups and all downs, they pulled the ratings for us. So the global bridges had the 2 highs and A's and B's, were the global bridges were the highs. And you obviously have read. The other one, the Beacon of Bridges Language School, had some mixed ratings of high I's. I don't know why I can't talk today. There was one also rating Ralph Euroboro, as you saw. Collegio Ypsilanti, Estrellas Brillantes, Amistad Academy. They had another one, World Leaders. Again, some ups and downs ratings. You saw the Ypsilanti Premier Spanish Immersion was the one, obviously, that had the highest ratings, which I told you. The Hope Academy, ups and downs again. And I know you all have read already the rationale between all of these. And so it's up for dialogue, but then again, just a lot of rationale for back and forth, and you had heard, obviously, the Spanish immersion group of teachers also had some preferences, but you wanted to hear from the community. And so we want to thank our community for sharing their thoughts as well. And we wanted you to have an opportunity to give your input. But I just appreciate so many families being able to give their rating, to give their thumbs up and thumbs down, and to be able to participate in the giving each other feedback too. So I know Dr. Hawkins, I just wanted to present to you what was given to us.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross. The floor at this time is open for discussion among the board based on the highlights from Dr. Zachary Ross's presentation through the engagement survey that was sent out. What are your thoughts, board members?
I do like Ypsilanti Premier Spanish Immersion School. I do like that.
Thank you, Vice President Lee.
I also like Ypsilanti Explorers Spanish Academy. But I like the first one I said, Ypsilanti Premier Spanish Immersion Schools. That's my top. But that's me. That's my preference.
Thank you for that feedback. Trustee Espy, did you have your?
Hi, yeah, and thank you and apologies for my lateness. I appreciate your patience with that. I do like the Puentes Globales, and it seems like that's something that a lot of folks are interested in. It also seems like it could actually bridge really well with the Ypsilanti Premier Spanish immersion programs. Whether it was like Ypsilanti, Puentes Globales, Spanish immersion program, you could still call it the IPSI school, right? Bringing in that idea of having the Spanish language into the title, but also including the Ypsilanti Premier Spanish immersion school. So global, like having Puentes Globales as like the name, but then under like, semicolon or whatever it looks like, but right, because even in the version that's in here, it says Puentes Globales dual language Spanish immersion program, which we could swap out dual language for Ypsilanti Premier Spanish immersion school. So it would be Puentes Globales Ypsilanti Premier Spanish immersion school. Is where I think would bring both a shared recognition of the language of Spanish. And I think Puentes or Bridges is a really great approach to naming the school. But also that piece where we have that acronym that still connects us to the district in Ypsilanti.
Thank you, Trustee Espy. Yes, Trustee.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Trustee Espy, for your comments. So I really don't need to talk that much, but I do appreciate, I think that incorporating the language that is part of this dual language school into the name is powerful and respects what we're trying to do there. And I'm really in favor of the name of this really exciting new school, making it clear that it's ours, and that it is clearly branded as a YCS school, and doesn't sound like a charter academy.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
I just also wanted to add in here the name that was sent from the teachers in the Spanish team, which was Voces Unidos, United Voices. So just so we didn't forget about that as far as consideration, and also echo the sentiments of having a name that works in Spanish and in English. I think will be important to demonstrate that, not necessarily needing to say Spanish, but actually showing it. And I would, I guess, lean more heavily to showing Spanish rather than putting Spanish in the name, because there are already expressions of confusion or, communications that, some folks don't really understand what Spanish immersion is. Even so, I think demonstrating that the school is bilingual without necessarily using the word Spanish might be a little bit more powerful than putting Spanish. It might mislead as to what the school is. I don't know if that makes sense, but I was just wanted to share those comments. And then I do like the IPSI Premier Spanish Immersion School though name, although it doesn't necessarily fit what I said. So in going with that, I think the one that I have been liking was the Academia Esperanza, the Hope Academy name. And now I'm torn because I agree that I like the idea of branding it with IPSI something, but keeping it short and sweet as well.
Thank you, trustee Sunny.
Trustee SB, just an additional comment, kind of hearing from others. I'm wondering what it would look like for us to substitute Premier with Puentes. And then it would say Ypsilanti Puentes Spanish Immersion School. And so the name essentially would be like saying it's like Bridges Academy, like the Bridges School, but Puentes, which is Bridges in Spanish, it would still keep the YPSI. Because Premier, I don't know that for me, Premier doesn't necessarily speak to me in terms of what this school is, but I think incorporating a Spanish word like Puentes would give us that same opportunity. So that's an addendum as folks were talking.
I will be very honest. I don't like anything that says academy, just because of the number of charter schools that we have in the area. And I just want to make sure that we're mindful just of our brand. The other thing is, by putting Spanish immersion, whatever, is that putting us in a box for other languages that we may possibly expand, so I just, I'm always just leery of putting specifics on a name, because I don't know, what if we get a large growth of people that speak French, or you just never know. This is the United States of America, and yeah, I'm just, well, there is a school that says multicultural in the area too. Yeah. Right. I want to listen to what people are saying. At the same time, I want to just make sure that the name doesn't limit us to something, just one specific thing. So yeah, that's just my only hesitation, but I understand we gotta have a name. If I was to lean towards anything, it would be something with the Ypsilanti Immersion School or something of that nature in there. I'm not a fan of Premier just because, yeah, we just want to make sure. Yeah, it just, I don't know, what does it? I sound like a car salesman, Premier luxury, I don't know, but I mean, I definitely, whatever it is, it needs to have Ypsilanti in it. I kind of like the Ypsilanti Community Spanish Immersion Program, the YCSI. I kind of like that as well. So, but I mean, I'm okay. I just don't want anything. Definitely say academy. I'm not for that though.
Oh, yes, trustee.
I just want to say I've been sitting with the idea of incorporating Puentes in the place of Premier, and I do really like the incorporating the bridge imagery into the name, and I think it works well in the acronym. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
I was gonna ditto that. I kind of like that, removing the Premier, adding the last one, that means the bridging in there. And even for those who may not know what that means, you know, underneath it, you'll say that's what that, you know, and maybe somewhere underneath it when you're kind of talking about it, put it in parentheses or something saying that that word means the bridge between, you know what I'm saying? Something, it doesn't have to necessarily go on the name, but as you're promoting it and saying it out there, for those who don't know Spanish or the name or what that means, make sure that we keep highlighting what that word means in Spanish, you know what I'm saying, as we're advertising it. You know, so, because, for those who don't know. Yeah, something, yeah, whatever that might look like, but just so that for those who don't know any Spanish, they don't know what that means, they just see this, oh, they just changed it to that, you know, like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? So somewhere just make sure that if we went with that, everyone knows what it means. You know what I'm saying? It's not a word that we just use, but this is what it means in Spanish or whatever.
The only thoughts that I would add into the discussion would be, I mean, I think these are some great suggestions. So this is a good issue to be able to discuss and have. I don't think academy in the name, I would agree. It might create some confusion that this is a school that belongs to the district or a school that is part of the district that belongs to the district. Um, and I guess the only suggestion, which is clearly not on here, that I would add, I wonder if there might be consideration to um having it read Ypsilanti, and I'm not gonna say this correctly in Spanish, but Comunidad. Ypsilanti Comunidad, Spanish Immersion School. Only because community and community. So, and I know that was in some of the comments that there was, the emphasis on community values, was one of the comments that I thought about, and I just think about what are we trying to do through this school? We're trying to bring together obviously different communities. So that's just another thought or suggestion to put on the table. And we want people who are going to obviously Google or look into an immersion school that we offer to be able to find it pretty easily and know um, this is something in addition to what we already offer in our district. So that's my thought that I would add to the discussion.
I want to add that I'm holding that thought about the potential future expansion that Trustee Townsend brought forward. I also think it's tricky to try to figure that, or I'm not necessarily finding the right language to provide here to indicate that it would be something like multilingual, particularly based on the conversations I've already had in the community. I feel like
Mm.
that's something I've thought about, but it looks like in terms of the direction of the community, I want to honor that.
Mm.
Right. And it seems that there is some relative value and excitement around the idea of making sure this says something about being Spanish. But multilingual is also something that I would be multilingual immersion school would also work, although it wouldn't keep the acronym. The only question I have about using community is that, or comunidad, is that there is a school in the county that is called community already. And so not that they are in competition, but just recognizing that there's a community school and comunidad, which is obviously a version in Spanish, but it would still be the same name. So holding that, and I don't think there'd be confusion, but I do think in terms of like creating our own space, that's something I just want to hold as well.
Okay, there's a Spanish immersion school?
No, there's just the
Called-
a high school in Ann Arbor.
Oh, I know that there's a community.
Yeah.
I thought there was another school called
No, it's more,
Community Spanish Immersion or something.
no, it's
Okay.
more so like if someone is speaking Spanish, that school is also called Comunidad. Like if that was someone who was like a Spanish speaking person was going there, they might say, I go to Comunidad, because that would be the word for community in Spanish. So that was my only thought on that,
Oh, okay.
is having
No, that's
like
helpful.
the Spanish word match something else that we use in English already.
Right, I was just thinking of our district.
Yeah, of course. No, absolutely. I'm just,
Yeah, that's a great, addition to the conversation though and consideration, because we don't want to inadvertently create any, confusion about identity in terms of our school. Oh,
Thank you, Madam President. I just have I guess, a logistical question. And thinking about Vice President Lee's question, I do think there's some value at this point in time to having the word Spanish from a clarity standpoint, potentially. Say 10 years down the road, our dual language program like expands logistically, like, are there any ways to update a school's name without having to go through the hoops of like creating a whole new school? Because I know there are complicated ways that codes are assigned to schools.
You'd have to just go through the EEM again
mhm.
and update the name.
Thoughts?
Could we use Ypsilanti Community? What is that for? Okay. Immersion School.
So it
that's
would
like-
read, what would it read as? It's-
Ypsilanti Community
Uh-huh.
Immersion School. And that's Global Bridges. So that's like, it gets rid of the Spanish and it's multilingual. That's one
Mm-hmm.
suggestion.
I'm sorry. Trust, I'm just reading all the comments.
Oh.
Go ahead, Trustee Gerber.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I'm realizing that perhaps I might have missed an agenda item in the next meeting, so apologies if I did that. But for clarity, what is the process from this point forward? So we have this as our discussion. What comes next?
So as a board, we have to decide and have consensus on a name, because that is one of the key areas that is holding up. We have to have that in the system, probably yesterday. So there's a sense of urgency to solidify or nail down what we want the name of the school to be so that things can keep moving. Does that answer your?
I think so. I guess I wasn't sure if this was something that we at some point needed to formally make a motion and vote on, or how those pieces of the process would go.
We told the public at the 6:30 meeting that the board would adopt the name. In the EEM, we need to put a name in the system so that we can move forward with all of to get a building code number and all the proper processes. Solomon's like, yes, please, empower school and all those things. Oh, yes. Our scholars looking like, and please, he has wonderful suggestions. We will be getting to the public comments soon. He is.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the recommendation that Trustee Lee just presented, which was Ypsilanti Community Puentes Globales, as sort of like the main part of the name. And Carlos, I just wanted to confirm how that would sound in Spanish, like reframing that, it would be Fuentes Globales de Ypsilanti Comunidad. Okay.
I think kind of along the lines of trustee Goodrich, I'm curious at where, or do we need to be at, like, how are we gonna come to a place of saying, here are our two options that we're weighing right now? Or are, like, obviously there is public comment that's interested in support and engaging in this process with us. And so, right now, the way our agenda is set is that our discussion is ended prior to the public comment, but I don't know if how that can look in terms of incorporating the additional thoughts in as we make a decision.
That's a good point. In terms of taking any action, because we're not taking any action in our special meeting. This is only discussion, and we will take action at our regular board meeting. And that's an item on the agenda. So those comments will be taken into consideration, but we do need to have some direction from this meeting. We can't be in there discussing and adopt. Yes. Teresa.
I was just going to observe that it is true, though, through Robert's rules that we have the opportunity for additional discussion before we
Absolutely.
pass our ultimate motion.
Yes.
But we do have to move someone has to move a name before we can get to the point of that discussion.
Yes, great. What was I going to say? There was a comment that I just want to know, that I know everybody saw. And so I love the discussion about trying to pull all these names together to honor the feedback. Well, I don't know, a lot of someones, I guess, noted. How many? 12. That it's important to have Ypsilanti community in the name so that people know it is part of YCS and is clearly a dual language school. So that's just another consideration. Vice President Lee, and or perhaps both of you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy, could you all, I heard the name, but I promise I don't have it. Yeah. Could you all say the name again? That was one of the suggestions that included. Okay, Ypsilanti I just want to write the whole thing down so I'm clear. Thank you.
Yes, like Forward STEAM, and it's our early learning center. Like they're all our early learning centers, and so it's Forward, then yeah. Oh, early learning centers, yeah. Right, I missed it too.
I would, yeah,
Ypsilanti.
I would like to bring back the idea of Ypsilanti Puentes Immersion School.
Maybe schools as a whole, as a district, so we need to add community again to this particular school, because as far as underneath that umbrella, you know what I'm saying? So why, you don't really need to add. So we can just say. First, you should say that.
Yeah,
So I thought the title had community in it. It does.
I did too.
the original,
That's what I heard trustee Sutton Kennedy say. Okay,
so
no, I just want to make sure I got the consideration down so I understand correctly.
I think because we're already. I mean, I can say what I, that we don't really need to add community in there because we are considering community district already. You know what I'm saying? So by adding this other school underneath that umbrella that we already are, take the community out, say, suggestion that trustee Etsy had kind of said was the Ypsilanti.
Fuentes.
Well,
So I think we're in a place where we're kind of debate, or the original one included Spanish immersion. I think that trustee Lee was trying to move it away from having the word Spanish in it. And so went into this by saying Puentes Globales, it was saying global bridges. I personally feel like we could just call it Puentes, like Ypsilanti Puentes Immersion School. Global. The bridge is, Puentes is the bridge.
Mhm.
Globales is globe, like world.
One,
trustee, thank you. The trustee.
just as we were discussing all this, I was thinking about some of our other magnet school names. And so we know we already have among our magnet schools, Ypsilanti International Elementary School, which is clearly branded a Ypsilanti Community School. So that's just one other example, and also one we probably want to be sure in our naming conventions that we don't have any ambiguity. And well, I do really like the imagery of including global in the name of the school. I don't want to create any I don't know that it would, but we have an international elementary school already. I do think I'm struggling, but for this moment that we're in, the specificity of clearly labeling this as our Spanish immersion school, I think might have some value. Oh, just my thoughts.
Okay. And I just will add one quick note to say our high school is called Ypsilanti Community High School. Our high school is called Ypsilanti Community High School. No, I was just speaking to the point you made about we're already YCS, and I was just saying that one of our schools has the name community in it. Right.
And that's what I was tripping off of, the community in the, I think, we have another school with community in it. The middle school, yeah.
The middle.
But
school
you're
is
right.
too, yeah.
We don't
I
need
think-
that in there because Ford and Perry and all of that. I got you, yeah. Yeah, but we can take that community out.
Right. I'm gonna, trustee Espy, I want to offer, and I think there is for me, there is a piece where I want to be faithful to the community and what they have presented and what they have discussed this as a dual language school. Even though we are thinking about what it could be in the future, there is a piece of me that feels like that maintaining it at this point and saying it's Ypsilanti Puentes Spanish Immersion School would give us that YPSI, and it would actually have the Spanish immersion in there, so people who are English speaking would have a clear understanding of what this program is and what this school is. Recognizing that putting in Spanish does have somewhat of a limitation on what the school programming is. However, that is somewhat that's the essence, a lot of what has been named by the community is seeing this as a Spanish immersion school, seeing this as a dual language school. And so moving it from being that to prep for future times might be kind of moving ahead of where we're at. So I want to come back to the idea of IPSI Puentes Spanish Immersion School, which would be YPSI. And that's what I'm putting forward.
I thought I just saw some hands up.
La Escuela de Ypsilanti is like Puentes is the name. Puentes would be the name, and that's what people would probably be calling it. But it's Ypsilanti Puentes Immersion School, so it's Immersion, like Escuela de Immersion de Ypsi. Yeah, there's a lot of days that come in, so, but in terms of the main letters.
Okay, so the one consideration I hear, and if there are others, please add them in, because I may not have captured it. I hear Ypsilanti Puentes Spanish Immersion School. Is that correct? Is that what everyone else? And I also heard that possibly adding in community might not be necessary. I disagree, but that is just me personally, because I believe it is important to include in there. And I'm only reading the comments and supporting the comments. And then are there other considerations in terms of a name? So we got one that I think that we all are kind of nodding and saying, I like that. Are there other names that we might want to consider before?
Are you, okay, are we saying that we're gonna drop the global one and go with the YPSI one? Is that what we're saying?
Right, because I think you could say the bridges are taking you lots of places. Right, right, so it's not saying the global, but it doesn't, by saying bridge in itself, it doesn't limit any place it can connect to. But I understand why the globalis would also be valuable.
Madam President?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. Just yell out.
Sorry.
I'm immersed in the
Uh,
data.
Um, I just want to observe that, I think we're coming down to at least maybe a couple of options. And we still have 2 rounds of public comment, one in this meeting and one in the next meeting
do.
before we need to pass this. So I think it wouldn't be a terrible thing if we allowed this to marinate in the back of our minds while we, and then be open to having some additional discussion after we make a motion on a name in the regular meeting, possibly.
Before we do that, I still would like to have the global in. The name.
Okay, thank you.
Ypsilanti Esperanza Spanish Immersion School. So that would be YES.
Ypsilanti Esperanza. Esperanza. What came after Esperanza? I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Trustee Lee, what was your kind of final recommendation, just to kind of hold that with us?
Atlantic
Fuentes Globalis.
Immersion School.
Oh, not Spanish immersion, but just immersion.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to summarize where I believe we are. We have Ypsilanti Fuentes Spanish Immersion School, Ypsilanti Puentes Globalis Immersion School, Ypsilanti Esperanza Spanish Immersion School as our consideration. How do you all feel about that? So as we are transitioning through the meeting, I guess what I would offer and add is that we do need to make a decision tonight. And that it might be helpful for us to just look at the data so that we're also honoring what the community feedback is. Because if we're getting stuck and kind of mired in this or that, we asked the community what their thoughts were. So honoring what this data says and reflecting it in the name might help move us along. What is that? Okay. That was a great discussion, board. We've got a big decision to make. Anything else, before we move to public comment? Dr. Zachary Ross? No? All right, we have one public comment, card that is coming in this evening. So before I invite that member of the public to address the board, I want to read the public comment protocol, which reads as follows. The board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually, and all remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. And that is Board of Education Policy 0167.3. We have Caroline Wojin, thank you. I couldn't tell if there was an R in there. Wojin.
Thank you. I just want to say, first of all, I'm Caroline Wojin. I'm a high school teacher over at the high school. I teach in the EL department. And this is my son, Giancarlo, who is a student at the Spanish immersion program. So he has a name that he would like to suggest. He participated in the survey. So he's here tonight to give it to you. And then I have a couple. What is your name?
The Bilingual Speakers School.
You want to say why?
The reason why I wanted to say bilingual is because there maybe is gonna be people that speak 2 different languages or more that at that school.
So I hear all of what you're saying. It's a very tough choice. There's a lot of pressure. This is our baby, right? And usually you have 9 months to name a baby. So I feel the pressure you're feeling because this is an important part of our lives as well. I would just say, I feel like I'm kind of in the stream of this could be more than Spanish, and maybe keep that in mind. And that if we had something that's more general, I'm imagining on the building to begin, you could have bilingual or multilingual or duolingual, absolutely Ypsilanti, we have to have that. But you could have like an English and Spanish underneath to begin. And then if we add other languages, you could add a French or a Chinese or whatever other languages that come with that. My only concern where it's focused on Spanish immersion is that a big part of this program is that we have Spanish speakers that are in the program to learn English. It's really a dual language. It's an exchange where kids like my son are speaking English and sharing their English with the non-native English speakers who are Spanish speakers. So my concern is if you just say Spanish Academy, our immigrant community, which really benefits from this program, might not have access to it because they might say, oh, it's a Spanish school and I want my child to learn English. Whereas if we said Ypsilanti Bilingual Language School or Ypsilanti Multi-Language School, or I do love the yes, like Ypsilanti Explorers of Multi-Languages School, something along that lines. But I think keeping it general If you just say Spanish, it might exclude people, or it might prevent people who could benefit from it, like our immigrant community who speaks Spanish, who are really benefiting tremendously from this exchange, might bypass it. And without those people, my son won't learn Spanish and become bilingual. We need those people in the program for our American students to become bilingual in Spanish, if that makes sense. So that's all I had to say. I mean, I speak Spanish, so I love puentes. You could even have a picture of a bridge. If people don't know it, you could draw the bridge. I love that. I had a language school, Language Link, and I had a bridge as, you know, in my advertising on my website. So I get what you're saying. I just want to be careful we don't exclude anyone by just saying the Spanish. Thank you for your time. And thank you for this building and what you're doing for us, which is just such a gift that you've given to my son and the others. And Dr. Lopez, we could hear from you since this is really your baby. What do you think about it? I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we adjourn, any other final comments, I guess, from the board? I think we captured everything. That takes us to the adjournment of the meeting. So the time is 6:59. And I would like to adjourn the meeting, but I would also ask that we take a 5-minute recess just to transition from this meeting to the next. Is that okay with the board? Okay, so we will adjourn at 6:59 and we will take a 5-minute recess.
Certainly, Madam President. Trustee Sutton Kennedy,
Present.
trustee Fields, trustee Goodrich, I am here. Trustee Townsend, trustee Espy,
Here.
Vice President Lee,
Present.
President Hawkins.
We have seven Board of Education members who are present. Next, that takes us to the pledge of allegiance. I would like to invite everybody in attendance to join. Our pledge of allegiance to the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation. Indivisible. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the agenda. We get a motion at this time.
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
That motion carries. Next, that takes us to our discussion. And this is our second reading of our policies. And this, I will put it over to our chair of our subcommittee, trustee Goodrich, to offer any highlights or updates about where we are and our action for this item later in the meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that you all had the opportunity to do the first read of the policy and the accompanying hiring notice at our May meeting. So at this time, I'm happy to open it up so that the subcommittee can field any additional questions that you might have had between that first read and today.
Thank you, trustee.
I'm sorry, trustee Townsend is, oh, I was just wondering if you could reference which document you're looking at.
And-
It's about almost halfway down the page. And it starts with districts. Under discussion.
Yep.
So there are a few phrases that start with this, that's one. Do you see it?
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to make sure that that we identified if that's actually in the policy that we're proposing for adoption. That's which I'm not finding it yet, but I'm going to keep looking.
Now, some of them we can front load. These are, and again, these are for all of those who aren't in any CBAs or none of our collective bargaining unit folks that are not covered. So a lot of these are, most of them are non-front loaded people that we cannot front load up their sick days. They have to earn sick days in advance, correct? So these are the ones we can't, that we do front load, but this ones are the ones that they can't use until the 120th day. Yes.
I mean, what would they call it? Not necessarily other people, what would be an example of board meeting?
Yeah, like right, they would be not in a contract, a
So they may
community
not use it,
liaison.
but they not use it.
Yes.
So the probation period, is it a 90-day probation or 120-day probation period? For the. Oh, okay.
There'd be no, this is people who are not in the union. Oh,
Okay.
So, trustee Goodrich, I think you were saying that this is a, may require, but that this is, the may require is not necessarily in our
Yeah,
policy.
that,
And so right now, it sounds like you're looking for what we do require, perhaps, or if we have a requirement.
I was just double checking against what was in the policy that the subcommittee recommended for today. So I see that we have notes about the acts that say districts may require a 120-day probationary period, but I do not see in the policy that we're recommending for adoption where we're not specifying that. And I think a lot of our employees, these things are covered by their collective bargaining agreements.
and that, since we're trying to adopt the new ESTA, where most of our folks will not fall into ESTA. It's going to be probably mostly grant-related people that are going to be, that are going to kind of slip into this crack so that we want to make sure that we're compliant within the new law, as they're going to relate to very few and far between people.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, and I just wanted to point out in the ESTA board policy doc under letter C, the first paragraph is where it shows up in our actual recommended policy where it says a newly hired eligible employee may not use accrued earned sick time until 120 calendar days after the employment start date unless otherwise provided in their collective bargaining agreement, individual employment contract, employee handbook, etc.
Over time, we'll see that from the board. Because this is our second reading, in the agenda, the board will be adopting these policies. You'll want to discuss for any additional. Okay. See, none, I think we have here people on what they did in the policy. That later in the agenda. And next, that takes us to our first reading of 39 of one. Of our. This is not something the board is considering for our first reading, but this is an opportunity for the board to review, ask questions, offer any feedback they can have. Trustee Goodwin, would you offer anything prior to the discussion regarding the first reading?
There's a lot in this one. Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to give a few highlights for the policies that are in our first read today. I know you've all had the opportunity to look at them in advance. And so you would notice that although policy 2264 is mentioned in the executive content, we do not have a draft that we're offering today. As of our last subcommittee meeting, we were still waiting on feedback from legal counsel because we do have an active policy from Thune that addresses some of the same content, but under a different policy number and a different title. And we want to be certain that we're compliant with the current state of legislation. I don't know, Superintendent Zachary Ross, if we have any updates on where we are with that one yet.
No, we do not.
Okay, so we'll come back to you about 2264, but right now we don't have anything to recommend for that one. Let's see, most of the other updates, many of the other updates are, oh, sorry. Yes, yeah, oh, sorry, I was going in numerical order, I apologize, but yeah, let's talk about that one right now. So 5330.02, that is one also that is legislation gives us the option to pass that policy. It's our decision at this time, given our staffing levels and what we have already in our collective bargaining agreements and some of the logistical challenges that at this time, we are not recommending that policy for adoption. So that is why we don't have a draft available, but that one is there. And was in the packet that's up for this round of the first read. Other things, 312008, relatively minor updates. We are recommending allowing the superintendent to act independently in hiring part-time staff, and that all those decisions do not need to come to the board. And it extends or clarifies that part-time hiring options are open to both support staff and community members, and also requires CPR and AED certification for high school coaches. 5340, just requires us, it is an update based on Public Act 36 that we have to include a cardiac response plan. So we put that into policy. 5500 and 7540.09. I just want to touch on together because they both address AI policy. 5500 updates our student, forgetting the title now, student conduct to align with our other policies that touch on AI use. And then 7540.09 specifically authorizes our superintendent to support AI use in ways that are consistent with our mission and goals. And we chose options and in some cases tweak language or to be consistent with our values and the direction our district is going with ethical AI use. 7440.03 is pretty minor, and 8321 is just updated to reflect the requirements of the Michigan State Police and the record-keeping practices of our district. And at this time, the subcommittee members are happy to entertain any questions you might have about any of those policies or what we are recommending for any of those policies.
Thank you, trustee Goodrich. Any feedback, questions, comments from the board on these policies that are up for our first read?
I guess while folks are reading, the other thing I'll mention is that you'll notice there's some difference in the way things are presented this time around. We're still kind of working out our systems, and in some cases, we're working from policies that are, anyway, getting the policies all aligned is a little complicated, and I just wanted to be sure that we had transparency where we were recommending language or recommending excising language. I wanted to be sure that you saw all of that. We're still figuring out how to communicate that in the clearest possible way so that we're not veering into actual decision making in the subcommittee meeting, but that you get all of the information to consider.
Trustee Espy, on the first reading, just kind of looking specifically at the new policies around AI. I am wondering if there is, right now, I am feeling like there's a little bit of that the two aspects are not necessarily aligning, where it says that the board is prohibiting using AI intelligent platforms in place of one's own work. But then later it says presenting that the results that are product of AI platform as one's own, where the use of AI was specifically prohibited. Are there instances in which their teachers are allowed to say you can utilize the AI? And if so, does that counter what's put in that first sentence?
So as as you're noting, AI policy is tricky, and I know that our administration has really been at the forefront of this discussion. I think and of course, Superintendent Zachary Ross, please feel free to correct any of this, but I think like there are absolutely ways in which teachers could assign something where the AI product is the point, and really the way the technology is used and the way that human input drives the output is ever changing. So there absolutely are ways students could, it could be part of the assignment to ethically use their collaboration, the results of their collaboration with AI as the assignment that they turn in as one of their assessments. That was inelegantly said. Is there anything that you'd like to expand on, Dr. Zachary?
Yeah, so there we even changed the words to, at any time it said prohibit the use, we scratched it out and said, and changed those wording to even Dr. Hawkins lifted it to ensure to say, unless teacher explicitly says cannot use. So we changed the verbiage to ensure that it was permissible unless the teacher did not permit it. So we made sure to, because Neola is really prohibitive of things. So we went through and extracted their usage of the terms to make sure it is more inclusive throughout the policies. And we pulled out some of the other verbiage when they really started kind of going to ensure to kind of be more directive. We extrapolated those words because we know it's ever evolving and changing.
Agreed. I think where I was questioning is that currently the academic honesty portion says that the board prohibits anyone from doing it.
We scratched up that, all of that is taken
Oh,
out.
okay. That doesn't show it's here.
Sorry, so under the academic honesty paragraph that's in green, could you just read me the words so I can make sure I find exactly the part you're talking about?
Yeah, so it's in that first part of academic honesty. And first sentence is fine, violating is the second one, and then the third one is so that each student learns the skills being taught and is judged solely on their own merits. The board prohibits any student from presenting someone else's work as their own, using artificial intelligence platforms in place of one's own work, providing unauthorized assistance to another student, and cheating in any manner. What I'm offering is that statement seems to put a broad no on AI, whereas I think we actually are not saying that anywhere else. I think we're recognizing that AI may come in as part of someone's work that they're presenting.
Thanks for highlighting that. I think that in our read, we're seeing that one could put a question prompt directly into AI, take that result and turn it in, and that is definitely using AI in place of one's own work. But if you have suggestions about how we might revise the language to more clearly align for all readers with our intents, definitely welcome that feedback.
Yeah, I'll mull over it, but yeah, I wanted to make sure because that language it looked different to me than where we said in letter C, where we provided that space for the fact that there may be a prohibition of it, but that it's not necessarily being prohibited, right? And I think in letter C of academic dishonesty, we're leaving space for the use of AI, whereas in that first piece, it sounded like we were eliminating the use or the ability to use it.
Yeah, I can certainly see that perspective. I appreciate you, Trustee SB, for raising that because I can see both sides of that. I think our intention in subcommittee was to make sure, especially considering where we are as a district and how much we are leaning into ethical, responsible use of AI, is that we want to not be restrictive. But to Trustee Goodrich's point, I do think if you just take something, you don't cite it properly, and you use it as your own work, that does fall under academic dishonesty. And we want students to know that we want you to use it. We just want you to cite it or to make sure you are using it ethically and responsibly. But language to make that clear and connected, it sounds like would benefit.
Yeah,
the
and
policy.
I'm fully in agreement on this idea that I think our district is really like, we want to be able to use AI because ultimately that's going to help our scholars be prepared for their future. And I just wanted to make sure that the language didn't feel like a contradiction. So I think there might be a little bit of wordsmithing in that first part still to
Yeah.
play with.
Thank you
It
so much.
sounds like
We
this
appreciate-
is, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Say it sounds like this is an agenda item for our next policy subcommittee meeting.
Yes.
And then we'll have some additional revisions to offer when we come back for the second read.
And if there are ideas for wording you want to suggest, please let us know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, because it's board policy, if and it says you have to get the approval of the superintendent. This is like if you have people that's coming to our games and they're coming over to games and they're not following MHSAA policy, because there's a lot of people who try to do that. Or if they're not coming to us through our program.
Okay.
So it's kind of just like the policy piece, not that would not follow. This would follow, our academic programs will follow board policy.
Okay.
And so they will work with, like Ryan Rowe works with me. We will have a meeting again. We work today. I already know the teacher. He's gonna follow our policy. Policy is gonna be broad.
Okay. So it basically what you're saying, as long as the teachers fall into this category as the person or administrator that's licensed, then the academic portion will follow.
Right.
Okay.
Most
That-
likely somebody who's coming in, who is gonna violate this policy is gonna be somebody that's gonna come to our game, is gonna be flying their drones over. It's mostly the people who come to a game and try to record our games on a weekend and violate MHSAA policy and try to record a Grizzly game. And they're gonna be violate the MHSAA and try to record, and then we're gonna have to go after them to do that kind of thing.
And we did make sure to choose the more permissive option that gives our superintendent the leeway to make decisions rather than the blanket ban that was in the first option.
But you are right, though. They keep doing that with with these, especially our athletes, the people who are trying to fly the drone over the schools these days.
Does this also cover us on the weekends when it's not a YCS function? Say, if somebody's renting our field, does this policy covers that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Any other discussion, feedback under our first read for these set of policies? No? All right, seeing none, just want to thank our chair, Trustee Goodrich for her leadership on the policy subcommittee work, and to trustee Sutton Kennedy, who also serves on that committee. A lot of work going into bringing forth these policies. I just want to say thank you to you, and thank you to all of the board members who have been looking at these policies in preparation for our second read. Well, we will get ready to conduct. Next, that takes us to our presentation this evening. And I apologize. I am not feeling great, so I'm struggling and I'm trying to push myself through this meeting. So thank you for bearing with me. If you can't hear me, please say something. I'll turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross, who is going to introduce Dr. Lopez for our presentation on our 98B goal progress.
Thank you, Dr. Hawkins, President Hawkins. This is the first meeting after the school year, and it is time for our Section 98B goal progress report, and Dr. Lopez will be presenting today. And so thank you, Dr. Lopez, for being here and putting together our presentation. I appreciate you.
Good evening, Dr. Hawkins and board trustees. As you know, every year we I come here and present on Section 98B, our goal progress report. We do it in the fall and then again at the end of the year. As we look at this, one of the biggest takeaway is that this is the end of the year for 2024-25 school year. The goal progression report that pretty much highlights the district's transparent, it will be posted. The results of this after this board meeting will be posted in the district's transparency page, okay, as required by the law, pretty much. When we look at this for both ELA and mathematics, you see at the very top was the fall. If I may refer to the 2024 ELA quarterly expectations, and then you see at the end of the year, which is June 30th, 2025. When you look at both of these, what I wanted to highlight is that we look at the fall to spring reading and mathematics achievement during this presentation. So those are this is for math. What I want to highlight today is the takeaway. I always like to start with, so what happened here, et cetera. One of the things that before I walk through this is the impact of the sudden shift in Reveal Mathematics, ALEX for K-5, Structural Literacy for K-2, and Amira for K-5 was has been slow learning because this is the implementation mechanical year. We knew that it was going to slow down a bit because there was a lot going on, and these teachers are the same teachers teaching all of these different things. But we needed to make this. Remember, when I came to you and in the fall was the whole perspective. We want to move our scores from the 40% to the 50%. In order to get us there, we needed the rigorous curriculum. In that journey, though, what we saw is that in the elementary schools, we saw a little setback, which we expected because there's too many new initiatives going on. What I want to bring to you is the number of coaching plans that we have implemented for this year, and it'll also continue next year. And we're trending in the right direction, even though it may appear like, oh, wow, what's happening? Do you follow me? But when you start something new, it's like learning to ride a car for the first time. So I want to highlight today a little bit more than usual because I think it's important for us to see where the wins are and what's going on. So for grades 7 and 11, our overall student proficiency and growth continues to increase in both reading and mathematics. As measured by NWLA, we have seen significant growth in those grades. For grade 6, that's that transitional year that we know was lower than the previous year, but we also know that there was some challenges because these kids were coming from the elementary school into the high school, and that transitional year is rough. For grades K-5, achievement for reading and math was flat and mixed. Some grades have high scores and others are lower, but that was expected because of the new, implementing too many new things at the same time. But we need to get people to that rigor so that we could go past the 40th percentile, which we are moving. And so this is what we need to do. What we're planning to do for the 25-20 school year, based on the data, we held here teacher action research, and it led a lot of what we've been talking about. So even the teachers are in this with us together. They understand that this is an urgency for the district. So for 25-20 school year, we need to focus on differentiated and small group instructions for K-8 in both reading and mathematics. So both of these programs is our focus on having that small component and that personalization that students need. AI, those tools, AI tools allow us to build those capacity with our students as well. So that's one of the area of high interest, and it was really great to see during teacher action research in this room from my educators that is one area that we need to really hone as we move forward. And we got all the coaching for Reveal Math and HMH reading and all those areas for all piled up and already paid for next year. For the 25-26 school year, we need to focus on teaching K-5 teachers the art of having a mathematical mindset. You know, when people go about saying, hey, I'm not a math teacher, that sets a tonality for our students, and it's a deficit model. So a lot of the training that we're knowing, we contracted with SIS, which is Strategic Solutions. They come in and work with our teacher. They've been coaching our teachers in their classroom as well as professional development. But I attend all those sessions, and one of the things that we notice is the mathematical mindset. When you think you don't have a math brain, and that we all are mathematically inclined, believe it or not. It's just something that's people think they don't have it. But we operate in math every single day. When you draw, when you write, it's a lot of mathematical concepts there. So we are going to be doing a lot of work with our staff on that mathematical journey, because they got to see themselves as that learning growth, not a deficit model. Okay. So we're working on that. The transition for fifth to sixth grade continues to be a challenge, but we're working on that as well with fifth graders this year. And we are going to be sending a group into the middle school that are going to be a little bit much more prepared. The one thing I want to highlight, this year we worked hard on the ninth grade academy, and that had an explosive success for our young people. Ninth graders this year blew it out the park. So we know that this ninth grade academy, when done correctly, works. And so these are the successes. High school blew it out the park this year, and we will see that with every other grade. The second takeaway that I think is very, very important for us to take away is that our overall proficiency and growth for all groups, as measured by NWEA, continues to improve over time. And we've known that so for students' proficiency with special education, we saw that it continues to increase in reading and mathematics as measured by NWEA norms. We saw the same thing for students' proficiency and growth for our English language learners, for our students, African-American students. And then one thing that I wanted to hit that is very important that we're moving for the 25-26 school years, we will continue to provide both direct instruction and intervention supports to all scholars in both reading and mathematics. What Dr. Shakurov speaks when high rigor with high support. We need to make sure that we're providing both, and these programs are happening. Throughout this, you'll notice that even in the middle school, somehow in the beginning of the year, between fall and December, they were not scheduling children correctly, et cetera, that happened, that children were not getting the type of support they need. You follow me? You can't be successful if you're struggling with reading and you're not getting support in reading. Okay. It doesn't happen. Okay. So we met. I'm very straight, transparent. I have to tell you this is what it is. Okay, so I brought NWA, HMH, and we looked at the NW scores. We saw HMH, and then we looked at the usability of the programs. At that moment in time, I brought the middle school team together. We had a courageous conversation about what we needed to do and why I wanted to find out and inquire why was the program not being delivered like it was intended. Do you need training? What it is? Because we need to get it done. We restructured, and then they worked for half a semester. We've seen more gains since the beginning, but it didn't equate in the whole year kind of thing, but we saw gain. Coming this fall, I had another conversation with the principal because the classes are like 45 minutes. So coming the fall, I have triangulated the data. I have a set meeting with the principal. I already talked to him ahead of time. And we're going to make sure that these interventions, I want you to know, Read 180, every student in that school will get Read 180. They also will get ALEC and those training with the coaching, the mentoring for the teachers, et cetera. We cannot, if we know that children have some difficulties, we got to provide these students with those support. We can't be wishful thinking and put rose-colored glasses. We got to be intentional. So when Dr. Secretary Ross speaks about making thinking visible and the book that's over there that talks about effect size, those are the conversation that as we move forward, we're going to continue to have, because we need to be talking about effect size and achievement at all points in time, because we can't be guessing things. We got data. We can see the data. So how do we really hold each other accountable? And from our end up here is, what do your staff needs to be ready and prepared and ready to teach our young people with what support? It's not about beating on anybody, is about being strategic, because we could secure dollars. I could secure dollars when you can even imagine. But if I need to know what you're at, where your intentions are, but at the end of the day, I can't sit here and let you experiment with children when we know that research-based practices do work. So the last piece here on this particular takeaway is that we continue to improve, the continued improvement of our scholars' achievement and growth will depend upon the fidelity of implementation. That's where the conversation. If things are not, if it's tested and if it's not lived with that intentionality of fidelity, you don't get that outcome, those results. So we need to make sure that people are doing what we're saying that they're doing. Don't tell me one thing and then turn around and do something different. So we need to be intentional in teaching tier one, the curriculum with fidelity, with tier two and tier three interventions. When I'm talking about tier one instruction, I want us to be very clear. It's ambitious teaching with formative assessment. That's very clearly, that is non-apologetic. And then the other tiers will be like Read 180, all the types of reading core, all the interventions that we have, okay? And we have built those. One of the biggest thing that I think that everybody here noticed, that we didn't even have programs for writing. It was given that you do it within the program, but it's a hit and miss. So one of the big things for the middle and high school in the fall, when I work with the staff this year, is that and the staff is on board, that we're going to be implementing Writable, which is through HMH, and it's a writing process that will get our kids through writing and through the SAT, everything that will prepare them for success in this arena. Moving into this slide, you can see there's growth, but although there is evidence of reading achievement growth from fall to spring, we need to be very clear that our average reading achievement was still lower than the published 2020 national norm. And even though we're hitting the 40th percentile, we're not hitting the 50 and 60% that we need, okay? And if we want our students to do well on standardized assessment, we got to be intentional with this work and continue. Right now, I would say to you, what we need to do is stay the course, keep asking the right questions. We use our MyKIP work, very strategic. We're using the design thinking as we work collaboratively with each other, because it's not about beating people, but it's about us having courageous conversation around impact. Data speaks clearly. Do you understand? We cannot shy away from this work. The state, or not only state, our community, it's looking, and we're not going to be a premier school if we're not moving into the right direction. So on this one, you can see as well that what this one what describes is your RIT scores in reading, and it showed mixed, because you notice that in the elementary is where it flat high in certain area, lower in another. So we saw decreases in kindergarten, first grade, the early learning area. Those are ones for high concentration this year. And I've been meeting with the instructional coaches and the principals to talk about what we're putting in play, et cetera. Fifth, sixth, and eighth graders, so some of those RIT scores up and down. But then increases were second grade, third grade, seventh, and all the way ninth to 12th grade. So on this particular one, one of the biggest opportunity here, this is 3-year cohort. When you look at this cohort for 3 years in reading achievement, what I want you to pay attention is consistent upward trajectory in reading achievement for most cohort. Our cohorts are growing. Okay. If you look at their class of 2026, there is a clear and consistent increase in spring reading writ scores as students progress through their academics years. The class of 2030 shows a noticeable increase in writ scores across the 3 years, indicating a positive progression in reading achievement as the students advance through the grades. You also see accelerated achievement gains observed in upper high school cohorts. What you see in the high school is that it's growing significantly over time. So they're already way into their 50th percentile that we were aiming for, and 60. So we're heading and trending in the right way there. Lower starting points for younger student cohort is what we're seeing. So one of the biggest pieces that we're going to be doing is we're going to be working with our teachers to unwrap the units of study to make sure that they're teaching those and ready to teach them cohesively. No one's working in a silo. There's no need to work in a silo in an AI world. So in essence, how do we work with our staff to build the capacity? And I don't want to overwhelm you because this data is there, but you can see all the points. I've taken enough time this year to sit with Clark, but I also wanted to make sure that we're narrating the real story, because the data with no story behind it and what action we're going to take doesn't lead us in the right direction. When you see student growth here, you see that there's lots of transition, and because it was a mechanical year, from Amira, structural literacy, and all these other pieces that we were infusing and implementing, that we had some lower up and mixed up and down, as you could see. On this page, which is the growth in reading, what you see over time is that there were some decreases again, but then you also see increases in other grades as well. On this particular one, the analysis and discussion points for spring reading growth in our cohort. As you see in the primary grades, the early, we need to focus a little bit more in early learning growth, because the challenges are students are starting the year with the lowest writ score than the average student that comes in. So they're starting with not the edge that they have. So we need to make sure that we're infusing and working on that, building reading for volume and that literacy. Does not mean that our teachers are not working hard. Our students are starting a little lower. We just have to get them to that support, etc. In this particular slide, you see also highly varied but often exceptional high school reading scores throughout the cohorts. This displays that, hey, our schools are growing. The 12th grade, we're at the 99 percentile, et cetera. So we're going in the right direction and trending there. And in the middle school, you heard what I said, that because of the supports were not being embedded, there was some hit and miss. You follow me? We cannot have that, not without intention. This slide is a slide that I think is important. We talked about in the beginning of the year when I introduced it, and that is moving the kids from the 40th percentile to the 50. In order to do that, we had to remove some strategically abandon certain programs that were not getting us. They have flat line and they were not working. So we know that we abandoned everyday math because it was hard to teach teachers because of the way they were scaffolded. So we were able to now bring Reveal, which is the best program right now in relationship to bringing that whole inquiry-based mathematics that our students are learning and loving. And we also eliminated Imagine Learning because they had a lot of platforms and whatever, and we brought Reveal Mathematics. So coming this next year, we should see that, okay, that it won't be mechanical. Teachers already implemented or utilizing. Nobody's afraid of, well, should I expose the kids for 30 minutes or 20 minutes? No, we will. Do you follow me? They're scheduled in, et cetera. And then structural literacy for the fall with the new program that we bought, HMH, that you gave me permission that, of course, we'll get funding from other location, another grant's going to pay for it. But nonetheless, for the elementary, we are now going from when we implemented HMH 6 years ago, we took HMH when it was first starting. Since then, they're in the third version. And so the one that we purchased for the fall and the training and everything is HMH 2025, which is a more accelerated with more AI, more things. So I'm looking forward to the success of it. What they did is they took the structural literacy and embedded it into the program. So now it's not another piecemeal approach. The structural literacy is embedded into the program. So it should be real. And what I like when I see instructional coaches very enthusiastic about it because they know it's good. Because Melanie and Stacy, who are in the early childhood, are like excited to do the training in the fall, getting the teachers. So we'll get there. I am not as nervous because we got very, very strong instructional coaches. As we move forward, in this page for mathematics it's very similar with the national norm, even though we're growing, the challenges, we're still challenged, but because we're not at the level of the norms, at this moment in time. We have increases and decreases when we're looking at, again, no different, similar grade levels, some decreasing because of the primary grades, but the upper grades doing well. On this page, when you look at here, the general upward trend in math achievement for most cohorts is present. We saw increases, significant academic increases, gap is still in the early childhood, also in like literacy and math. And that is concerning that they have reservation when you're going to try any AI with the young ones. They have not developed the trust in the materials, but they will because we're providing all that training for the teachers. And so we're working with that, even though our students start at the 25th percentile because they're coming with a gap already. We have systems and are enrolling those for the fall to make sure that the students are supported. That personalization of every student having a personalized learning plan for success. And I think that that's what we're moving forward. The high school blew it out the park and continue to do so. And so I just want to hit that on this page is the same going back and forth. And then when you go to this page, again, with the cohort in mathematics, it's persistent challenges in early childhood. Like I said, high school is still doing well. Middle school, it's flat line this year, but we're going to move forward by making sure that those services are being provided to our student. So this slide here, what is important is that, remember, at one point in time, we were in the 40th with 9 to 11. Notice that we already passed the 50th percentile in every area. So the reality, these are the same children who started in kindergarten who are moving into the high school. So the middle school and the high school. So the beauty here is that we are trending in the right direction. Many districts are going backwards. The kids are doing better in elementary but we're not. We're going into the right direction. When we're looking at all the innovation programs that we're doing, all the systems, good, rigorous program, it's paying off and helping us to move. You will have this PowerPoint, but I wanted to hit the last part because then you're going to ask me, now what? Now I see the data. Now what are we going to do? Okay. So I'm going to go here and go to the very end because I think it'll share with you where we're headed, and really quick, I'll walk out with these because I think it's important so that we are on the same page. This is with good conversation with our teachers, administrators, everybody together, because it's not Carlos in a bubble. That doesn't help. Okay. So when we're looking at 9th to 11th graders in this progression, the beauty here is that as we reflect on the 24-25 growth and achievement, we notice that both reading and math growth have become more uniform across the high school and grade levels, right? This indicates that even with, or perhaps at least partially because of our many brands of we had a lot of new teachers, ELA and math curriculum being new, and in those implementation of these, the pacing still being a little challenge. So we're working but in the secondary level, that's not happening. And so we're seeing the growth because the teachers are already teaching the curriculum. They're very comfortable with it. They know the mechanics. Not only that, they're the ones who jumped in and said, we want to have, we want that continuity of the writable that we bought in the middle school. They wanted it, so we purchased it for them as well. This effective teaching in turns is one piece of evidence that our staff are building equitable and meaningful relationship with our students. I think it's important that students need to know that you got their back for them to learn from you. And we know that from those relationships. Moving into the next, this is the fun part. So what's next for literacy? We're going to continue with the HMH units of instruction, a mirror, but we're going to be teaching this with Fidelity, having meetings like we have my KIP meeting, but it's also spending time in the classrooms. You follow me? Conducting those walkthroughs with the principal so that it's lit. It's not waiting till, hey, how's it going? No, I'm walking to your building. We're looking at this. The next one is looking at Read 180. The biggest thing is that we will have 2 sections a block for English and 2 sections a block for math. So one is the actual math, Read 180, which is for middle school is read HMH literacy, okay, and literature, and then Read 180 as the reading program for the next, you follow me? So they get that double dosage, and I think it's important. We will continue with our multi-tier systems of support because it's a wraparound services for our students. And that you see for ELA 912, teachers would teach the HMH units of instruction, the writable with Fidelity, and people are on board. This is the good thing. The other piece is we need to be alert of who are the children in front of us, and we need to tap into the diverse literacy libraries that our schools have so that our students can see themselves in the materials, and we're actually substituting some of the HMH anchor text with diverse literature so that our students are exposed to literature that is about themselves as well, so they could, together they can see themselves in the materials, and it's looking at Goldie Mohammed core principles. Roadmaps is the other piece that we use for grades 3 to 8, and making sure, because we've seen a lot of growth in the students and teachers who are teaching the roadmap, because it allows the students to use those Calify tools that are AI tools that actually help the students to learn those units of instruction. The other piece is the infusion of artificial intelligence integration into the daily reading instruction, which is very, very important, not only with the programs, but how teachers are utilizing to really create materials that are really personalized for our students. And I think it's important, especially with the students with IEP, multilingual, and it's just, to me, is utilizing these AI. Good example, like I shared with you at one point in time, is I walked into the high school. They were using Khan Amigo. This was predominantly a Spanish-speaking first-year group, and the kids were just using Khan Amigo. And the rigor in that algebra class in Miss Stansik's class blew me out the water to see kids using translation, but at no point in time was their content being sacrificed. And I think that that's what all of these AI tools allows us to do. Moving a little bit further, as I said, a double block with mathematics, which would be ALEC, and of course, Rebio Math. The Rebio Math with SIS strategies for the elementary K-5. Teachers have been getting a lot of training. SIS, what it does is this builds conceptual mathematics through game. So we bought through a math grant, I bought each teacher a $2,000 toolkit. Okay. And for our special needs students, I had the special ed department work to personalize those toolkits. But every teacher in this school got a $2,000 toolkit with all the games and activity to promote mathematics. Because I don't want anybody saying that I don't have the tools. We secure other additional dollars to make that happen. And the last piece, improving attendance, is crucial. And I think you have always raised that. And we need to make sure that we're doing that. And also the use of proactive circles. And here's the last piece. So as a district, we need to focus on the following instruction. And this is from our teachers because they inform us as well. Differentiation in small group, mathematical growth mindset. I'm trying to summarize what we're going to be doing different. Content area academic vocabulary, because it's so important because our number of students struggle because they may not have the vocabulary in those content area. Then we also have the data informed decision making, that we are using data to inform, putting faces in student data and to make impact. A push on informational text, because we've seen a little gap with the elementary student and text features as whatever. And then informational narrative persuasive writing. And then the last piece is this AI computer science computational skill. The other aspect, Dr. Secretary Ross has been leading that whole social studies piece. People are energized. Energized. the AI, the teachers who work with me with using AI to develop the units in social studies were just powerhouse here. So I'm looking forward to the work that we're going to lead because it's going to promote literacy and promote us in the right way as well. What questions might you have?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. Lopez, for the presentation. I just want to acknowledge that transitions are challenging. I know I've been implementing aspects of building thinking classroom in my own instruction, and it's the transition is both for the instructors and for the learners, for the scholars in the classroom. I'm really gratified to hear that there was really careful and intentional dialogue with the teachers, because I think we've, as a board, really benefited from hearing from teachers about how our initiatives are landing. And I think it's really powerful if we can focus on if we can follow the science, focus on the things that are effective, but also I know that word fidelity can hit differently with different folks. And we also know that not every curriculum out of the box is right as it is for our students. So I'm really glad that teacher voices are in the room as part of how we adapt and transition to what's going to work best for our students and for our community. And I will try to not talk too long because we've got more to do tonight. Thanks so much for the cohort visualization. I appreciate that. And I guess my one question at the end of all of that is, might we perhaps do a deeper dive and look at some like histogram type data for some of this more challenging transition points, perhaps not with the full board necessarily in all of that, but that might be a great thing to tackle in the Strategic and Educational Performance Subcommittee next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Well taken.
Vice President Lee.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Thank you for answering the question about the overall student proficiency for the special ed students, the English language learning students, and the African American students. I was going to ask you, how was the proficiency and growth for them? What were you doing? How did that improve? And I think you said by getting them support that they needed.
Yeah.
Also asking the staff what they needed to teach them, correct?
Yes.
And make sure the staff was doing what they were supposed to be doing and what they're saying they were going to do.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm glad to hear that Ypsi Community School is doing what we say we are going to do, and our students' growth and proficiency is increasing. Thank you for that. Also, what's next for YCS? What do you mean about putting faces on student data?
I'm glad. Thank you for that. I think one of the biggest pieces when sometimes we put data and we're generalizing it so much that we forget who are we talking about. So if you could identify me when you're looking at the data and you see me that I'm in the red, but I have to be in the green, where's Carlos in this trajectory? How are we going to move Carlos from right now fall to winter? What are the strategic? And so putting data, name on the data means we're going to track, not to say that we have a board or anything else visible, but we are working on a trajectory, let it be online, whatever systems that we have to make sure that we are moving students. So did we move Carlos through the trajectory, or is Carlos in the fall, the same place, and in the spring in the same place and no movement? So putting faces into the data means that we are targeting intentionally to support the student, not to track them, but to build their. So we are talking about, like, if you think about the IRIP plan, are we living that IRIP plan? Okay, because we do have an IRIP for every K-5 student in this district that is a success plan for a student. Are we living it? Are we looking at it? If we're looking at that and using that IRIP, then can I also tag? So with students with IEPs, we use UDL, Understanding by Design Strategies, right? And then with our black and brown students is they need to be, they want to, if they can't see themselves in the literature, the picture, visibly, they don't relate sometimes to our story. So we need to make sure that we're infusing these. So we intentionally with HMH takes those texts and since we use Goldie Mohammed and we've changed those texts and say, here are the anchor, and we provide those teachers with those texts. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, trustee Townsend.
Just listening at your presentation, I, I've been thinking about the amount of curriculum. Here, it gets to be fall. Board, make sure that educators have everything they need. One of the other things that we pay significant amount of programs to do behavior and support students, behavior issues, back support, getting students, making sure students are in school. And so I would like us to have a deep dive conversation into the data concerning those things. Because to me, yes, we are making some strides, but there's still some areas where we have hope that we still will have, especially when it comes to demographics. The major thing is students with special education, making sure that they have all the supports that they need to make sure they're at grade level better. So those are things that I definitely think we're heading in the right direction, but I do feel that we need to be very intentional about the resources that we're spending stuff on. It should have a result, because I know when we say, yes, we approve this, there's an expectation. And but at some point,
Yeah.
expectation that stuff is in that's what takes. And I don't know if maybe some of the things that we're purchasing, like I'm a person that thinks about the basics. Math changes all the time, but 1 + 1 = 2. And when you have it repetitiously, it sticks in that child's mind. I want to make sure that our children are comprehending what they're reading. So I would love to have a further conversation about, some of the different things that we're spending on and how we can ensure that we're just being intentional, efficient, what we're teaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, at some point, make sure we're over that 40%.
Yep.
Yep.
Understood. One piece of data that popped into my mind that I wanted to share is like, it's crazy, Carlos, always trying to look at patterns, and whatever. One of the things that you find in this district that I found is, we have all the students participating in WEOC, right? We have more girls participating in WEOC program than we have males. When we look at STEM here, we have more females than males in that program. But then when we look at every other school that we have in this district, there are more males in our traditional class, in our regular school district than there are females in any of the schools. So so as I'm hearing you clearly, Livami, that what we could do is take a look at all the different aspects of data, from attendance to all the different pieces, and look at patterns. You follow me? And I think that would be, that goes back with Maria Goodrich, when you were mentioning, is looking at all the different data and patterns and whatever, so that we'll come out with a better patterns about how do we support our students. But I think at the end of the day, that's when we're looking at our curriculum, social studies was done no different. We looked at Goldie Mohammed's Five Pursuits. You follow me? Embedded into almost everything that we do. Because the reality is connecting and building those relationships with our young men and et cetera, and making sure that we're building those relationships and holding them accountable. I'm always impressed with the principal at the middle school, Mr. Davis. The level that he goes about building the males and females in their school, do you follow me? And then honoring students for achievement through awards, ribbons, and whatever. It shifts the culture for a young man. Do you follow me? That it's okay to be prideful that you're smart, that you're learning. And so he's in his school, that is shifting. And it's something to look at those patterns as we're looking at all the other schools as well, because those kind of program that works on identity, do you find honoring our children's identity, who they are as human beings? I think they're powerful. Just a thought. I noticed that when Dr. Saguros does Women in Leadership, this place is full house. Do you understand for adults? Can you imagine for young people? You follow me? I just think it's important. Just a thought.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to briefly follow up on your observations about some of these different specialized programs and WEOC. And I think one important piece of looking at those data is always the potential selection bias and who is choosing to go there and why.
Mhm.
But also that these programs are tapping into something that students are passionate about. So I'm really applaud our district in finding ways to make that work at scale and giving
Mhm.
scholars the opportunity to really dive into their passions and to apply the aspects of their curriculum on things that they truly care about so that we can get that kind of activation and that kind of ownership isn't quite the right word for every single student and not just the students that are opting into particular specialized programs.
I'm looking, it's through innovation, right? The magnet school. When you walk into the schools and I don't know, whatever school it is, you walk in there and you see the rigor, the engagement, et cetera. This is, of course, the second year, but the first year was trying to put it together, implementation. Innovation is how we are energizing students, and I just think it's a great way. If I mean to drone aviation, all these things that we're bringing, because kids are identifying and finding that purpose, their joy, their curiosity. Do you understand? And I just a thought.
Yes, trustee, yes.
Thank you for your presentation. And one thing I'm noting in here is the, I guess, scores or performance at the end of the year, and the scores and performances at the beginning of the year from the previous school year. So what I'm seeing is obviously that summer kind of slump that occurs for a lot of the students where they're scoring higher when they're ending a school year, than when they start the next year. And for the most part, I'm seeing that shift throughout the year. So we're continuing to gradually bring them up. So I think the fact that we do see a summer slump, but then we also then are being able to surpass where they were in the previous year is something that I'm really excited to see.
Yeah.
And because obviously there's only so much we can do about where folks end up in the summer. And so I'm pleased to see that we recover throughout the year. And I think there's a couple spaces where I'm interested, particularly I'm looking at in a few different places. I saw the 10th graders may slightly improve, but there are times where they're coming down from 9th grade in quite a few places. And I'm wondering what kind of, with the 9th grade academy being so great, what's the scaffolding into 10th grade then, for some of these students, because they're getting a lot of support in their first year because that was something we recognized. But then how are we pulling back from that support going into that next year of high school is something I think would be important to look at.
Thank you.
Other board questions? I'll just add quickly Dr. Lopez. I always appreciate the very thorough, comprehensive presentation about our data. I also really appreciate the recognition throughout your presentation that while this may be looking good or trending in a good direction, we need to be more accountable to this data and we need to do better. So the sense of honesty and transparency and that we need to monitor the outcomes we're hoping to achieve through the curriculum that we've purchased is a really important note and not a nothing to see here, but more like just putting it out there that we know what the data says. We need to do better. We need to be at 50 or higher based on what we've invested. And some of that too, I think might be overall connected to in maybe small ways or some big ways is really us trying to overcome what often results in a culture of low expectations in many school districts, and we're not immune to that. And so, how we feel about our scholars, what we believe they can achieve, how that shows up, even in the language. I'm not good at math. That translates into an academic identity that students carry with them from grade to grade, and that's something else that's important to note because students start to form opinions about what they can or cannot do based on what we pour into them and what we say in front of them and then what we do to engage them. So thank you. Anything else for the good of the order before we move on? Thank you so much, Dr.
No,
Lopez.
thank you.
Next, we have our three-year budget projection presentation. Dr. Zachary Ross, I'll turn it over to you to introduce Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, we'll have Damian Butler come, and as noted during the 5:30 special meeting, that this is definitely a challenge at this time of the year to try to project out. However, he'll give you the background on how this budget projection process was created and give you analysis of what's placed inside this budget projection and provide you that analysis. Thank you, Mr. Butler.
Good evening again, Madam Superintendent, Madam President, Board Trustees. This is our roll-up of current data that we have for as current as we have for our future funding. We spoke earlier about the challenges that we have, and there's some deadlines and changes that are coming, and we won't know what they are until they get here. But we have it looks pretty good for us so far. Excuse me. But there are a number of factors that go into the information that we're going to share today. Local revenue comes down to our millage, our taxable rate. It's been consistent. I mean, we are at the max rate of what we can ask for from our local residents of Superior Township, City of Ypsilanti, and Ypsilanti Township. State foundation allowance, we are optimistic that it will increase to $10,008. There is some talk to push it to $12,000. But if we move to the $12,000 per student rate, that comes with there are some changes on how those funds will impact. It's not. It sounds good, but there are definitely some. There's a devil in the details of that. We don't have that written into law yet, so we're optimistic of how things are going to go. As of now, we're looking at the $10,008 per student for our budgeting parameters. State aid and categoricals will remain the same. 31A, section 41 for our bilingual learners, and those areas will be relatively steady. Federal funding, again, Head Start has been in the news and what the president's budget looks like. We're optimistic that we'll at least have what we had this year. We don't anticipate a huge loss. We're continuing to watch and see what happens and what comes from the legislature on how we're gonna operate with federal funding. We are fortunate in the district to have a couple of extra federal funds, our Magna Grant, LEAP, and we'll address those in a second. Incoming transfers from the surrounding area and support for special ed, IDEA, and again, Head Start is there. So our enrollment projections are familiar. This is the same information we've used to talk about our hiring trends and what HR director presented last month. So that is driving what we believe the future will look like for us. So we're following with grade level cohorts. We believe that our students, once they get here and they get into our classrooms and start working with all of our programs, our great teachers, that they're going to stay. You know, they're going to progress from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade. So we're presenting and creating new opportunities through CTE. We talked about the drone program, cosmetology has been talked about. So all of these things are attracting new students to our district, and which is helping us build for the future. Birth rates across the county, all these things go into how we develop and what we see for the future. And special education is always going to be a major force in what we do, and we believe that that's going to remain steady. We don't see ourselves losing any students on a large scale over the next few years. So these cohorts will start with the elementary level across the district. With again, the cohort of incoming kindergartners, we believe that they'll stay with us throughout their educational career. And as we continue to add programs, build out the magnet program, there'll be more reason to stay. The middle school, as Dr. Lopez mentioned, we have a lot of good things happening there. Programming is a big driver, and then just the culture inside the building. You know, with creating spaces, creating opportunities for students to grow. We create a space where they want to be. And as they get older, they stay with us. And the programming that they'll receive at the high school, and we've connected the IB program from middle school through high school, podcasting, all of those things have a continuation, and we're scaffolding from middle school through high school. And some, depending on where we are and what programs we have at the elementary level as well. So we're continuing programs to keep students engaged, involved as they grow. So this is the high school, and the middle school is feeding into the high school. Our student counts include our programs at Weimar, High, Wade, and that gives us our total student count. As of now, the very first column is the end of this school year, 2025. We're at 3,916 students. With the growth of our programs, we see our student enrollment growing through the new emerging school, our magnet programs, our ELCs. So we see progressive growth over the next few years. And again, with the program, we don't see ourselves losing a great deal of students for any reason whatsoever. So again, these are based on assumptions that we have. So enrollment is, we're growing now, and as we've said before, we are the only district in Washington County that is doing so. And we believe that the program is going to help us continue to do so. In the long run, our categoricals will remain the same. There's not going to be a great deal of change in those areas as we see them for now, but federal funding federal and state funding will dictate how that goes. As of now, there's no major changes. Again, the $10,008 per for funding allowance is what we're looking at. What we hope is going to be our guide and help us get to where we need to be and continue to provide the programming and education for our young scholars. In the next few slides, we'll talk more about the fluctuations that we do see. Again, the first column is this year. The adopted budget back in the beginning of the school year was upwards of 86 million. It dropped because of the ending of ESSER and the SEEK grant. The next 2 years remain steady. In 2026, our LEAP grant ends, so that changes a little bit of our federal funding. And then we go through in school year 28-29 is there, and you see another drop in federal funding because that is the year that the magnet grant ends as well. State funding and the foundation allowance keeps us relatively steady, and there's a fluctuation of a couple of dollars here and there based off of student population, but for the most part, we see that as a steady climb for us. Incoming transfers again is our continuing working with other districts in the area, providing special needs and special programs, and that keeps us going and just building out other options to grow our student count. So you see in the notes that the 86 million was based off of ESSER and SEEK. The increase in our local funding was in 24-25. We did not include the sinking fund in our local funding and I changed that because of all of the work that we're doing across the district, and it was driving up our expenditures. I need to make sure we show that we were not overspending. We were just documenting or keeping the sinking fund separate, but it is now included. In 2028, you'll see that there is a decrease in local funding because that is the time that we'll have to vote again to continue the sinking fund. So that will impact how we operate for infrastructure across the district. In the bottom note there is where assumptions of revenue and anticipated projections. So the first two columns are our last year and current year and going out. There's a little bit of a fluctuation, but it's all based on available funding that we know. This graph just shows our where we are on funding. The digits written is our local funding. Again, in 24-25, the sinking fund wasn't involved, it wasn't included, and it goes across. And then in 28-29, you see it. The assumption on this slide is that the sinking fund goes. Well, I don't want to say that. The sinking fund is this is what happens if we don't renew the sinking fund. That's what I'll say that. I say it that way. So there is an impact there, and that's what 28-29 represents. So as we move forward, we continue to operate. The drawdowns are a huge part of how we get things done. Getting our drawdowns and for our federal and state funding, and that's going to keep our budget flowing. Medical costs, we're keeping a good close eye on that on PA 152. I'm not getting that one. 106. I'm sorry, there's a lot of PAs. So how much the district can pay versus what the employees pay, that'll impact and when we start to measure our salaries and benefits. So the increase in benefits is something that we're keeping a close eye on. And purchase services across the board for getting things done, getting our contractors in that go beyond the scope of what our facilities and transportation folks can do in-house. So as the costs as costs rise, we'll keep an eye on that. But we believe that our student population is going to grow and keep us in good standing. In estimated expenses, salary and benefits are our largest expense. And we have to keep the district running. We want our student population to grow, so we need quality teachers and staff and district. So we need to make sure we're attractive. We're an attractive place to be, attractive place to work, and we'll continue to hire. So those percentages will remain rather consistent over the next few years, because that's what it's going to take to keep everything going. We need to be in a attractive place to work, have competitive salaries, and that is a big driver of where our funds go. So this is going to be a familiar graph that we're going to see quite a bit over the next few years. Again, drawdowns, managing federal grants, state and federal grants. I always forget the state piece. Managing the Magna grant over the next few years, and managing LEAP until the end of 2026. We'll make the adjustments as necessary, but our federal and state funding will be, we're in good shape. And that's the assumption, that's a prediction. So continue to operate and build policies and procedures that keep us there. What questions might you have about our projections? Just ma'am.
Okay, what if they just completely cut off Head Start and we don't get any kids or anything in the district anymore? What will the district look like then if we don't get any kids or money from the government for Head Start anymore?
Well, the assumption is that we'll get it, and we'll have to restructure, our program, what we offer in our programming, but it'll take the executive cabinet, teachers to get together, and leadership to develop how that's gonna look, because that's gonna impact not just YCS, but the county as a whole.
Right.
So that's not something that that's not a in-house decision. That's definitely gonna be a collaborative effort across the county.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already talked about, as a county, we would reallocate slots and reallocate how we would structure what it would look like. We'd work together with the WISD.
Yes, trustee Espejo.
I believe that Superintendent Norman indicated that there would not be any changes to Head Start, at least until next year. Had that commitment to it, so that's good. Along those lines, right, so when we are these ESSER and SEEK fundings or the LEAP funding, these grants and awards we've had from the federal government and the state government are dropping off. Is there any foreseeable new funding that's going to come in to support that? Just as I recognize it's like our funding is going to be going down every year, as we're saying that we're going to increase the number of students, which is going to probably make it difficult for us to support that. So I'm just curious how that's showing up, or if it's the numbers by having more students will be able to, because of the per pupil funding, is that going to kind of supplement where we're losing funding?
So when we got ESSER as well as the SEEK funding, we planned on it only being those years. So we didn't plan on replacing them. We knew, so ESSER, we knew exactly what it was. We had community conversations and only planned on those dollars to be for those years. So when some districts got into that ESSER cliff and got in trouble and are now laying off, that's why we're not laying off. That's why our fund balance is actually higher, because we didn't use it for the staffing and all those things. Seek the same thing. And so what we're doing is, what would be a problem for us is if we have we have a situation now in terms of, if an executive order came and they all of a sudden made changes in Head Start, or made changes in midstream in terms of our magnet, where we planned out for 5 years, and then the third year of it, and we have people in salaries, and we don't have a plan for it. So that would be the difference. And we would have to find grants. So that's a totally different situation. And we don't have any other grants to plan for it. So, we're really on track for these other things. And so what we are doing in terms of planning down the line, I think we need to be doing a good job of sharing with our public what we're doing in terms of for 28, 29 for sinking fund. We always have renewed millages and sinking fund. That's off the paper, but we need to put it back on the paper, and we need to make sure people know we've done really good. Our community has supported our schools. How are we spending them? And we keep putting the signs out. These are how we've been spending it. And we didn't have one. I got here in 17 and 18. We need to continue to renew those things. Any grants that we've gotten, we have been trying to find any other grants. 32H, there's a 35M. We've been really doing a good job of reapplying for those things. There's another literacy. So right now, LEAP has been a 5-year, and we've been really out of school time, all those other things that we can reapply for them, as you asked about, that could possibly do those same kinds of things. There have not been any like 5-year literacy grants that have been coming up, but if there are, we'll be doing the same kinds of things, because we've been very fortunate with LEAP to be able to have a media specialist in every single building. That you don't see that across anywhere else. We've been making sure that our classroom libraries are stocked, our media centers have been stocked, and we've been sending our specialists to training. So that's the kinds of things that it has done for us. And so we certainly we've been looking for what kinds of ways that can be sustainable, not just the one time.
Yeah, thank you. It seems like, yeah, that so we're prepared to be in a place where we have less funding coming into the next year than we had this past year. And is that based on some of the projects that are going on currently are not going to be expenses in the future? So that's why, and that's how we're going to account for that, essentially.
Yes. Yep. And so it's not just banking on students that we haven't seen. And again, we're spending, but that's where he talked about those. We know for sure we have both of the kindergartens already accounted for in the dual immersion program right now. And so we've kind of really forecasted out, okay, where is it that we are spending? And then we also knew about the PA 321. That has been money that in the past we had $2 million off the top that we were spending. And we also were paying debt down every April. And we were at this time every year, this time of year, borrowing to pay. Before we wouldn't get our state aid until every October. So we were borrowing and paying interest off that amount. So those three factors, every single year we were going in more and more debt. And so we're not going into debt. Right, because it's eliminated, we're not paying interest back to Treasury.
Yes, trustee Townsend.
I wanted to make sure I understood a couple of things. The teacher contract that we just did, that's up until, that was a 2-year contract, correct? A 2-year?
Yeah.
It's
I'm
3?
just trying to make sure.
It was 3?
Yeah.
Two. So then we will be start negotiations in 26, 27, right? Okay. And then, before that, because that's the year we have to renew. Okay, all right, so, with the sinking fund ending, in 28 and 29, I would assume we are going to some type of renewal, but will we consider revamping it based upon our expectation of where the district will be, at that point? So you would probably ask for more at that point, depending on where we're at as far as district. Because we have buildings that are 50+ years old. I believe most of them are.
Yeah, so
And-
PFM would come and bring the board, where would we go? What would it be for the same rate, for more, for less? Since it would be the sinking fund versus like a bond.
Okay. Because, so we would explore whether or not we want to go for a bond or renew the sinking fund.
Yep, so right now, I know, for example, we talked to them about, we have several options that are coming up. Like, we have some bonds that are due to consider for refinance. There's sinking fund conversations, as well as there's a coming up for a bond conversation.
Okay.
There's a lot for the board to start considering.
Okay. Thank you.
Trustees,
When does the current millage, need to be renewed?
Second,
When does the current millage need to be renewed?
it's renewed July
just-
1st, when the
This past year?
L 4029,
And that lasts for how long?
1 year. We do it every year.
That, yes, but you're talking about for in front of the voters? And we just went,
Yeah, but you're talking about the renewal for the sinking fund?
she's talking about to go back to voters, not just to go.
For the millage, for the millage and the tax rate is the L 4029. As far as, so, and that's what we do. So, and that's
That-
based off of,
But when did it went to voters too?
That
Oh,
was,
what was that?
Jillian was still the treasurer.
So that was 2 years ago?
Yeah, about 2 years ago, I want to say.
I'd have to look into it and get back to you.
23.
Make sure I understand the question.
22 or 23.
Yeah.
We'll
That
get
was
back
the
to
big-
you.
That was the one.
We
that
can
was
find-
like
yeah.
11 million.
Mhm.
I want to
we
say,
can
I'll
find
get back
out.
to you, my,
I want to say it was 23.
I'm getting weary.
Mhm.
Sorry.
I will find that information and get that back to you. Trustee St. Kennedy.
Report question. I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and I especially appreciate the conversation around, as we're talking about the renewal of whether we go for a sinking fund bond, whatever the next conversation is, thinking about how that connects to our strategic plan, and also how that connects to our campaign or marketing around how we demonstrate to the community that we have been good stewards of the resources in this district. And these are the things that we've done. So just as we're thinking ahead about what does that look like in plain language to our community so that they can see, we asked for this money, this is what we did with it. And now in good faith, we're coming back potentially, possibly to ask for more. So thank you for your
My pleasure.
presentation. Nothing else from the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Continue having a great evening.
Next, that takes us to public comments for this evening. Ms. Haynes, thank you. I will read the public comment protocol. Pursuant to Board of Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually. Remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. Julie Newland.
Hello, good evening. I am here on behalf of Student Advocacy Center. We have a parent action group that we have put together, and they wrote a letter that they would like you to have, and I'm just going to read it for statement here. I am joined by Veronica, one of our parents in Dear YCS School Board, we, the undersigned, are reaching out with potential solutions to challenges that parents have raised to us this school year in regards to their children with disabilities. Number one, we would like the district to consider a different way of delivering compensatory services for students with disabilities who do not get the services in their IEP during the school year, often due to staff shortages. The summer option may work for some, but not others. We propose having an option of compensatory services after school during the school year, 1 hour, 1 to 2 times a week. We suggest providing a stipend to providers. Number two, we also believe it would be beneficial for YCS staff to undergo and achieve certification in verbal crisis intervention, CPI training. This training will equip district staff with essential skills in managing crisis situations effectively and ensuring a safe environment for all students. Moreover, by having our rapid response teams fully CPI certified, we can further enhance our school's safety protocols and ensure that our responses are both swift and effective. Thank you for considering this proposal. We look forward to your thoughts. This is signed by Perry Stone Palmquist, Christina Oliver, a parent of a 10th grader at Ipsy High. Lakia Brown, also a parent. Karina Orntis Flies, a parent of a 5th grader. Rhonda Wagner, parent of a 9th, 7th, 5th, and 4th grader. Veronica Bodery, educator and parent of a 10th grader. And Matt and Kristen Hamilton, who are educators and parents of 3rd, 5th, and 11th grade students in Ypsilanti. So I will pass these around for you. I brought copies. I also, having my time still, want to talk quick about a ballot initiative that SAC is working on. It's called Invest in Michigan Kids. I have some flyers here with some QR codes. But research is showing that Michigan's underfunded. We know this. We all know the schools are underfunded. This ballot initiative, if we get enough signatures over the summer and the fall, we will be able to put a ballot initiative, excuse me, an initiative on the ballot in 2026 that will raise $1.7 billion for schools across the state of Michigan. This would be a surcharge added to the top 1% earners in the state. So it only will affect 1% of the earners. And it's just a surcharge that's added. They're not making, they're paying less than the middle sections of earners and the underpaid. So we just want to get kind of a graduated tax so that we can raise that money for our schools. So I'll pass this around too. We would love your support with that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Julie Newland, for your comments this evening. Next, that takes us to our consent agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy moved that the Board of Education approve the May 12th, 2025 regular board minutes and 2 personnel matters as per the presented list dated 6/10/25, new hires, resignations, terminations, retirements, and educational sabbatical.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to item 8 on our agenda under action items. And the first item is under Student Affairs, and it's the approval for our annual instructional materials and contracts. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, as trustee Goodrich, I move that the Board of Education approve the one Viewable Education quote for a purchase amount of $81,819.50. Two American Reading Company 2025-26 quote for a purchase amount of $70,975. Three, WISD Trusted Parent Advisors quote for a purchase amount of $35,000. Four, Teacher Action Research 2025-26 quote for a purchase amount of $38,900. Five, Imagine Learning quote for the purchase amount of $26,250. Six, News Leah quote for a purchase amount of $23,516. Seven, Teamology quote for a purchase amount of $98,625.50. And eight, Pediatric Therapy Associates LLC quote for $598,678.50.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. Any discussion on this item, board? Seeing none, a motion was made by trustee Goodrich, supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to our resolution for the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee,
Go ahead.
Trustee Espy, I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution for membership in the Michigan High School Athletic Association effective August 1st, 2025 through July 31st, 2026.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to action item under Human Resources, which is the settlement of Batista versus ORS litigation and future considerations surrounding potential Board of Education resolutions. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the settlement term of Batista versus Office of Retirement Services Resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the approval of the Reed Willis Company contract. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, trustee Fields, I move that the Board of Education approve the Reed Willis Company contract as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to action items under business and finance. There's a resolution for our 2024-2025 year-end budget amendment. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education approve the attached resolution for the 2024-25 June budget amendment.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the resolution for our 2026 initial budget. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education approve the attached 2025-26 general appropriations resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, second.
Thank you. This motion has been supported by trustee Espy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the millage rates, L 4029s. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education approve the millage rates of the 2025 tax rate request L 402929s as presented for the Superior Township, Ypsilanti Township, and the city of Ypsilanti.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Vice President Lee, support.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the PA 321 Playgrounds Contract Award. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education accept the bid from We Build Fund for playgrounds at Erickson, Estabrook, and Holmes Elementary Schools for $1,500,000.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the PA 321 Landscaping Contract Award. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Espy, I move that the Board of Education accept the bid from Margolis Companies for entryway landscaping throughout the district for $184,719.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the Dual Immersion Playground Contract Award. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, this is trustee Goodrich. I move that the Board of Education accept the bid from We Build Fund for the playgrounds at the Dual Immersion School for $209,588.55.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the Dual Immersion
Trustee Sutton
Teacher
Kennedy.
and Essential Materials Contract Award. Is there a motion at this
Madam
time? Yes,
I had a discussion item on that last motion.
absolutely. Go ahead, trustee Sutton Kennedy.
I just wanted to ask a question about the playground for the dual immersion school because that school will have really young students in there. And when I looked at the rendering, I didn't see, I just want to make sure that we considered, I guess, some standard playground equipment that's suitable for the younger grades like K1 and 2. And I don't know if I saw that in the drawing, so I just wanted to ask a question about that playground equipment.
Yes, thank you for your question, trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Yes. Yeah, I know that, I was gonna say, and I do know, that, again, the collaboration with the staff were involved too. He's here too.
Yes, if you look on the lower part of the rendering, they got stuff for the lower L kids. One playground's gonna be set up for the upper L, one's gonna be set for the kindergarten, first graders. They got interactive boards going on. They look like lollipops. If you Park Ridge, they got them over there at their park. But we do have stuff in there for them. And it's gonna be artificial turf for special needs kids can go out there with their wheelchairs or walkers. Interact with the kids and stuff. Alrighty. Any other questions or concerns?
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Mm.
All right. Next, that takes us to the acceptance of the dual immersion furniture and essential materials contract award. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields move that the Board of Education accept a bid from the We Build Fund for furniture and essential materials at the Dual Immersion School for $101,221.52.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Townsend, support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to donations for our YCS event series. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend move that the Board of Education accepts donations from One Huron Valley Pace for $2,500 to The Ride for $1,000 for the YCS event series.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Espy, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Espy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you to our generous donors supporting our events. Next, we are at item 11 under other, which is the renewal of our membership with the Michigan Association of School Boards. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Espy, I move that the Board of Education approve the 2025-26 renewal of membership with the Michigan Association of School Boards at a cost of $7,750.12.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the MASB delegate election. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Espy, I move that the Board of Education approve the MASB delegate election. That the board will vote on its delegate and alternate to MASB 2025 Delegate Assembly, which will begin Thursday, October 23rd at 7 p.m. at the Grand Traverse Resort and Spa in Acme, Michigan. Delegates selected by boards of education across the state will decide MASB's positions on a wide variety of issues affecting education. As of now, we have voted, I move that we have approved voted trustee Fields as our delegate, while trustee Sutton Kennedy is voted as our alternate. And that was from our January 2025 meeting.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Before we call the vote, does this date still work for our delegate and alternate delegate? Okay, perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Next, that takes us to the adoption of the name for the new dual Spanish immersion school. As we know, we had a discussion at our 5:30 meeting about this, and we have narrowed our choices down. And so I want to open that discussion back up before we take a motion to adopt the name of the new dual immersion school. As a recap, the names that we landed on, help me out, board, if I stumble on anything. Ypsilanti Fuentes, Global Spanish Immersion School. Is that correct? Without the Spanish. Okay. Ypsilanti Fuentes, Global Immersion School. And then there's the Ypsilanti Fuentes Immersion School. Ypsilanti Esperanza Immersion School. No Spanish? Okay, Spanish Immersion School. And then there was some discussion, or at least I raised up, having Ypsilanti Community Schools in the name, Ypsilanti Community Dual Immersion School, or something to that effect. A couple of things that I just wanted to point out and note is that for this doesn't affect the first two names, but for the school name with Spanish immersion, the language that we use in the district is our dual language immersion. So for the board's consideration, as we're thinking about narrowing this down and landing on a name, would the board like to stay consistent with what is called in the district and remove Spanish, since we call it dual language immersion, not Spanish immersion? So one of the titles has Spanish in it, but we don't call it Spanish immersion. We call it dual language immersion. So I was asking if the board would be okay if we took the Spanish off to be consistent with how we identify our program. We identify it as a dual language immersion program, not a Spanish immersion program.
I think one of the, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think
It's open discussion.
one of the challenges that we're getting wrapped up in, of course, is that we were looking for nice acronyms and Spanish fed into that. So I just want to be sure we don't get stuck down a cul-de-sac, you know, thinking, although I know it is getting late and we need a name for the school. I also know I think one of the other things that came up at one point is that we additionally will use the word multilingual to refer to our scholars who are fluent in more than one language. And we've got a lot of potential options on the table.
We do. And I got 3 sheets of paper that has different versions of what that could look like. So on one version, to your point, Trustee Goodrich, instead of dual language, we could substitute that for multi-language immersion, but that's up to the board to discuss and consider. I know that is movement towards using multi-language language versus dual immersion. So those are the choices before us, and the floor is open so that we can, yes, go ahead, Trustee Fields.
I mean, and you may have said it, I didn't, did you say that, you are like Mars across the board, and we're gonna use it? You want to use that as bridge, care for the global part, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I didn't hear you say that.
Without the global?
I want him to say global, I don't want, in my opinion, I don't think it's necessary. So I'm saying the title without global.
Yes, I said both.
So that first,
I said both. I said it second.
that's why I said, maybe I didn't hear you.
No, that's, and you know, it's rough over here.
Okay.
But thank you for pointing that out. Yes. We call it our dual language immersion program. We don't call it our Spanish immersion program. So my recommendation or suggestion was to, oh, thank you. Okay, my suggestion was to, if there's Spanish in any of the titles we're considering, that we not use that, to be consistent with what the district calls the program, which is dual language immersion. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Madam President, may I offer a suggestion as we
Yes,
continue to go?
of course.
Holding this concept and brought in from public comment as well.
Mhm.
I've moved to a place of saying Ypsilanti Puentes multilingual school and taking out the piece of immersion because it's a multilingual school. Yeah. And it's just, it gives it a abbreviated name. It also tells you what it is in the sense that it's a multilingual school.
Duly noted. Thank you so much.
I
Yes.
was-
Go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
The
Yeah.
multilingual.
She said it.
I was
multilingual.
So it's
gonna say,
Ypsilanti Puentes Multilingual School.
that,
So no immersion would be in the title based on that suggestion. Yes, trustee Goodrich.
I also in a trying to get towards simplicity, that was one of that exact thing was one of my short list as I was brainstorming. That would give us a YPMS along with our YCMS and our YCHS.
Something about that PMS is. I don't know. But I know we love a good acronym.
We do.
We could go back to Esperanza and then we Ypsilanti Esperanza. EMS.
Oh.
Mhm.
What, I mean, it would have been MLS. You know, including the L. Multilingual would be.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what it means.
we got real into the bridge. We got real excited about this bridge.
It's a connection.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
Because you're connecting things together.
Yes. Without the glow. To be clear. Yes. Okay. And I'll just make two more quick important notes is that based on the survey data that we received, one of the highest ratings was to make sure Ypsilanti was included in the name. We've got that. And language was another top theme that emerged. And we have language in the title. So just so we know, as we're thinking about naming, we want to honor the data that came before us as well. Mhm. So I hear Ypsilanti Fuentes Multilingual School. Versus, is the board all in agreement that we do not want to include dual language immersion in the title? Too many words? Okay. So I'm just trying to do process of elimination. That captures the essence of what the school, okay. And then the other consideration was the Ypsilanti Esperanza multilingual school. I guess if we took off dual language immersion. So those are, I would say, in consideration of what the consensus seems to be among the board. That would be the other title. And before I go there, Vice President Lee, I know that global was something important to you. And it sounds like,
y'all wanna do.
okay, I just wanna, or
Y'all don't want the global? Hey,
you would be okay with us taking the global off?
do what y'all wanna do.
Okay, go ahead. For the second one? Is it Esperanza, trustee Sutton Kennedy? Esperanza Anza, thank you. Esperanza Multilingual School.
So,
I appreciate you saying that so we can hear what it sounds like. That's what I mean.
Okay.
Leaning more towards the bridges on this side. No.
Like the bridge.
It's plural.
All right, so it sounds like we're back to Ypsilanti Fuentes Multilingual School. How does the board feel?
Can I sit for 1 minute?
Of course.
We get some eye contact from back in the back, perhaps. Dr. Elber? Sure. Dr. Lopez, how you feel about it?
No, you got 2 thumbs up. Yeah.
All right. All right, well, I'm gonna go ahead and move.
I know, the motion's not on there.
All
I
right,
have, oh, are we ready? I know we're out. Trustee Sutton Kennedy wanted us to take about 30 to 60 seconds just to like sit with it, and then we're gonna move forward with the motion.
I have one thought just to
Go ahead.
add. I like the things that this captures, and I also know that in our, we were kind of looking at at some of these names as like, this could be a school that goes by a different shorthand than just its initials, and so Puentes, or Esperanza, or so the I think Puentes, I think Bridges is a lovely thing that this school could go by if we went with Ypsilanti Puentes Multilingual School.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Five more seconds, and then I will make a motion. If we are all in consensus about the Ypsilanti Fuentes multilingual.
Just a brief point of order, and forgive me if I'm mistaken. Do we need someone other than the chair to make the motion?
The chair, well, according to Robert's rules, the chair is not, is not precluded from making motions. The chair can make a motion, but I don't have to make the motion. I can pass the motion down to you, Trustee Goodrich.
I don't need, I think we could pass it down to Trustee Espy.
Oh, or SB, yeah. We have it. A motion has been made. Could you repeat the motion, please? It's right there on the paper too, but I think you said everything on there. Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Espy. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. We have a new name. Thank you, board. Next, we need to adopt the ESTA policies. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, this is Trustee Goodrich. I move that the Board of Education adopt the ESTA policy as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That takes us to the second public comment portion for this evening. Before we move to public comment, are there any cards coming in since? Thank you for checking, Ms. Haynes. Next, that takes us to item 14, which is discussion Are there any Board of Education Subcommittee reports at this time?
Yes, Madam President. I've got two quick ones. The Strategic Nautical Performance Subcommittee had a meeting scheduled for May 29th, but we needed to reschedule because it conflicted with the Grizzly Awards. We will resume meeting in the fall and hopefully pick up with looking at survey results and maybe somewhere in there, some of the 98B data as we move forward. And as you all know, the Policy Subcommittee met June 9th. We You saw the products of that. We still have two more folders to work through that I hope we can get through before the next round of new policies drops in September. So I look forward to us holding our next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, trustee Goodrich.
Madam President, trustee Espy, for the Washtenaw Associated School Board of Directors meeting, we met on we met on June 12th. And in the June 12th meeting, prior to that, we elected new members or elected the Washtenaw or the WISD School Board. And the Washtenaw Area School Board Directors elected Mary Jane Tremontine and Diane Hockett to remain on the board, as well as Dorcas Millie to maintain her position on the board. And so those will reflect, again, Diane Hockett and Mary Jane Tremontine were previously on the board, and we elected to keep them on the board. In addition to that, the Professional Development Committee within the WASB is working to develop the professional development opportunities that will be in next year, including March 2026 annual meeting. We are exploring different opportunities through MASB, particularly around finance, and as well as exploring trainings or trainings around CTE, drones, and AI. We will provide more updates around that when we finish. And I'm going to pass it over to trustee Townsend.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also set the Board of Directors meetings, which will be, and I'll forward these via email. The Board of Directors meetings are held at 7 p.m. in person. That's October 9th, 2025, January 22nd, March 12th, and June 11th of 2026. The Legislative Relations Network meetings usually are held at 7:30 a.m. in person, but we will be requesting some of the dates, or if you ask to have them hybrid, we can request that as well. The first one is September 15th. And I specifically said we wanted that hybrid because many of us will be coming back from Q and probably not gonna be in person. I will, but you all probably be tired. January 26th, 2026, and then May 18th, 2026. The annual ISD budget meeting will be April 23rd, 2026. There was also, that will be by Zoom. The ISD budget meeting is always by Zoom. There was also talk about youth representation on the board. Some boards have youth representation, and I know we've discussed it before, but I think this is something maybe we can include in the budget and the board retreat to just be a little bit more intentional about how we want to do it, what it could possibly look like, and getting more perspective from the high school as far as who would possibly represent the high school, but also having someone like a junior being prepared to take over so that there's no gap in transition time. So that was a conversation as well. But overall, we also discussed, especially as far as advanced communication of meetings, we're going to start sending those out to all board members so that people, if you want to participate, you can participate. but, we're just trying to figure it out if it will go to the superintendents and then they distribute it out to their boards, or however we're gonna figure that part out. Or if it'll come directly from, the WISD, because they have everyone's email as well. So, but that is something that we just thought it was very necessary, so we can increase participation of board members who may want to get on the board or participate in any other committee work. That's it.
Can I make a comment on that, follow up on that? Given that some of those communications from the ISD with the agendas for the meeting or reminders come out the day of, it might be easier for it to come straight from the ISD rather than putting that to our districts to then have to communicate that in a short turnaround.
Yep, so one of the other things we're gonna do is switch the executive board meeting a week ahead so that the agenda can be set in advance. Typically, we've been setting it right before the board of directors meeting, so people, yeah. So this time we're gonna get it out in advance because it just makes the meeting flow, and I like to be out in a certain time. Okay.
No, thank you. Is there any, do you know, I know some of the meetings have a hybrid format. Has there been any discussion for all of the meetings having that option, or is it just relegated to some right now?
That has been real discussion about hybrid
Mhm.
has been the LRN
Right.
meetings, which we just need, if that's a request that YCS wants to, and I told them, I know our board likes hybrid. So if you all want me to say, yeah, the LRN meeting, we want that to be hybrid, then we can definitely put that request in.
Okay.
In regards to the board of directors meeting, there hasn't been any conversation really about that being hybrid. But
Okay.
if that's something that you want me to bring back, I definitely can.
I don't think it would, hurt. I appreciate that, trustee Townsend. It just might make it more accessible. All right. Thank you so much for all those updates. Any other board subcommittee report? Yes, trustee Kennedy.
For the Legislative Relations Network, we had our legislative breakfast back on May 19th. So some of the updates might be outdated, but I shared those via email to keep that information flowing timely. And so I'll just share a summary of those updates here. So at that meeting, key updates were shared regarding the state of education funding and policy developments. We are still waiting on our state legislators to pass a school budget. Though some lawmakers are pushing to have that budget passed on time, as we are now here on June 16th. We have more information about the likelihood of that happening. Head Start funding was discussed at that meeting, and at the time, it looked like the federal funding levels were promising. However, the ISD did communicate that in the event of any federal funding reductions for Head Start, there is a plan to transition the affected seats to the Great Start Readiness Program, which I believe we did also comment on and share that information earlier. The WISD continues to advocate for these programs, and in doing so, they plan that 60th anniversary celebration for Head Start, which took place on May 31st. And the WISD is also considering a career and technical education millage proposal with the vote scheduled for June 24th. Is that still correct, Trustee Townsend? The vote for the CTE millage. If approved, this may appear on the ballot in November, and the Michigan Association of School Boards celebrated board member achievements at that meeting as well. And some of those achievements included Trustee Fields received some recognition at that meeting as well.
Okay. Any other subcommittee reports? That was a nice segue. None?
Did you ask a question? What'd you say?
If there, I said that was a nice segue. And then I asked if there were any other.
Okay, yeah. Yep, It's
Subcommittee
messing with my
reports.
ears. That's why I'm hard to
You
understand.
just-
It's
you
okay.
You know, over here struggling, but I'm.
It's okay.
doing the
It's
best I
okay.
can.
I just have to ask you what you said 3 times.
That's all right.
It's fine. I know we have a communications. I know we're pretty much just, the year's over. So but Lambert's been really good about keeping us up on what they've been doing and what they've been covering as far as the spotlights that we did with the students and the athletes. And then I never heard it, but I'm sure it was there. They had a radio spotlight, but I never heard that actual thing that they were doing
Okay.
for us. Also highlighting what YCS is doing. We do have what will be probably our final meeting probably for a little while on next Monday. We have a communications meeting, so that'll probably be it for a little bit, and I can report back at probably in August or September about what's going on with that, and I'll be able to tell them. That's all I have right now.
Thank you, trustee Fields. Any other subcommittee reports before the segue? No, I didn't. No, no, it's fine. Don't take it, not at all. All right, trustee Fields, I'm gonna give you your awards. Congratulations that were given. This was the segue.
Trustee Fields received
guys-
recognition for, I believe, achieving three different certification
different.
levels at the, through
It's a big
MASC.
accomplishment. Congratulations. You- Yes. Congratulations. Board comments.
I have one quick one, Madam President. I want to tag on to that. And again, congratulate trustee Fields on her MASB awards. And I just want to note that I think for the first time since I've been on the board, we have the distinct possibility of becoming an honor board where our entire board is composed of certified board members. And that's
Yeah.
kind of exciting. And there's loads of other great stuff that I know other people are going to say, so I'll be quiet now.
Thank you. That was important to note. We participate in trainings. We do our own professional development. We go to conferences. So we are a board that is very engaged, not just at the table, away from the table in the community, and then also nationally. So, other comments? Yes, trustee?
I just wanted to say that I attended the middle school's talent show.
Uh-huh.
It was great. We got some very talented students. With all this spinning we doing, I really need us to push the arts as far as, choir, drama, theater, everything. They're doing an excellent job, and I look forward to participating in future events at the middle school. I did attend Y High's graduation along with ours. It was very nice. We graduated the majority of the students. I want to say, what was it? Over half of the 120 graduates. So that was awesome. Then trustee SB and I participated in Y High's government panel last week. Those kids scared me to death with all their questions, but it was great because it helped me if I need to run another campaign. I know what to say. But they were very, very prepared, and we had a great time participating in that. And then my Tuesday video finally dropped after 6 months of y'all asking me to do it, but it was good. And it was about, of course, Parker Ridge. So very excited about that, and glad this year is over. Thank you. I'm just saying, but I'm there. We're there. They look really nice. Everybody look really nice. Great idea that we made it all. Graduation right now.
Yes, trustee Sutton.
So on May 15th, Ford had the STEAM night event. So that was a really well-attended event. I think it was the most attended, you sort of like, topic night. I don't know if you, what you want to call it, of the year. It included some really cool activities to showcase the aspects of the STEAM grant and that the STEAM learning that our scholars are doing. And there were also a few performances by our young scholars. So that was a really nice event. And then on the 22nd, we had graduation, and that was really exciting. So I wanted to also, again, say congratulations to our 2025 Ypsilanti Community School graduates. And one thing that I really appreciated after attending all of the graduation ceremonies this year is noticing how we acknowledged all the various credentials and achievements of our scholars. I didn't see that happening at a lot of the other graduations. And so having attended ours first, I felt like I was missing something. Like, I want to know more about the various programs and things that the, students have done and achieved throughout their time in high school. So I just wanted to acknowledge how I appreciated YCS, our district, highlighting that during graduation. And then as a parent in the district, I'm also excited to announce that we had our first Spanish immersion parent organization meeting the 27th of May. And so just trying to kickstart the PTO, get folks involved and excited from the beginning, and looking forward to continuing work with that. And then the other graduation ceremonies were already mentioned, so I will end with that.
Thank you. For other board. The only thing I would add to what has already been said, in attending all of these wonderful end of the year events is that the Grizzly Awards was also fantastic. Congratulations again to all the winners. Acknowledging all the hard work of our staff, our teachers, throughout our district. I also want to, just say a big thank you to all of our educators for making sure that this school year wrapped up nicely. I know Dr. Zachary Ross will share in her comments that there have been some events as a way to kind of wrap up the Feel Forward Fest that you all had. But I just want to just say thank you to all of our educators, our staff in the district, and our students and our parents for making this a successful school year. And as we close one, we are already getting ready for the next. So I just wanted to acknowledge and say thank you to everyone. And then I also lastly just wanted to thank Trustee Sutton Kennedy for spearheading the drop off of the treats at the different areas across the district as a way to say thank you on behalf of the Board of Education. Thank you for doing that. And the comments that I saw come through were very nice. It's the small things and those small touches often that makes a big difference. So people know that we pay attention and that we care, and that we appreciate them. So thank you for taking the leadership in doing that. Believe that's all I need to say. Okay. I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Dr. Zachary.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I know it's time to go home. I just want to again congratulate all of our staff, our scholars, our families who came out to support all of those events. There was so many going on. And our Board of Ed who just supported everyone through those that last month of school. It was a long haul, but everybody got there. And so congratulations to them all. You're correct. We had a wonderful Fail Fest where at the end of the year, all of the administrators come together and celebrate our biggest failure. We were at Thompson and Company as we celebrated at Ypsilanti's historic landmark, where we really talked about the history and learned as we're doing that 99D grant and talked about really some historic pieces where that landmark has been there so long and that transformation. And we had the history of Ypsilanti book, and we learned about, what's the family name again? the Thompson family, but we also had the Starkweather family. We had all the families there and just really talked about where things started and where we need to go as a future. And my brain is, we're going to the we talked about innovation and where the district is going in the fall. So with our aviation program and our horticulture program and botany programs, and as we were thinking about, the district has not been painted since 96, and how every single building, because you know with sinking fund, people think that you can paint. You only can paint with bond dollars. We haven't had a bond. And so we got a sinking fund, thank you, community. We haven't had a bond. And every single classroom in this building, in this district, is being painted right now. And we are so grateful because our scholars deserve it. And so as they come back in the fall, what that's gonna look like. So we talk about all these innovative things like AI labs, but classrooms can't be painted. And so this year, as they come back, the classrooms are gonna be painted, and they're coming back to drone and aviation, right? So you've got to have the basics, and you also have to have innovation. We can't forget basics, and it has to be paired with innovation. And so we talked about, you can't forget history, and you can't forget pushing towards innovation. So I'm excited about both of that tension. And so we thank our administrators for pushing themselves. And as they also have come back right now with Grizzly Learning Camp today with over 1,300 scholars, the biggest one yet, And so we appreciate our families trusting us and supporting us. And as our team with our high school building leaders and Zuqueta, who is running our CTE programs, and Dr. Lopez, we met with all the county administrators looking at the blueprint for CTE success, thinking about what we're doing across our county for innovation. It's just, I'm excited already as you talk about closing out the new year and get ready to start the new year and where our county is going towards the future. It's just, it's beyond exciting about where we're going. And as we think about Ypsilanti Pointis multilingual school, and we're already at 2 kindergarten classrooms and already thinking about possibly a third, because we know, we can only have the beginning classes because we already have limited stagnant spaces at the upper grades because they have to already have been there and set in that language. Ypsilanti Community Schools continues to set that standard of excellence and high expectations. And so as we look at the data and we say, we know where we've got to go. Our teachers, I mentioned the blueprint for CTE success because our teachers from our CTE teachers, our high school teachers are meeting for the rest of the week with Toyota, and that STEM group are ready. They haven't given up. They're like, I already know what we got to do. And they're rolling up their sleeves and they're doing that work. We invite our parents to come back out. We already know our event planner, she got flyers out. She's saying, hello, summer. June is already passing by. We have jazz in the parking lot. There's free snacks for our students. We've got wonderful, still some room at Grizzly Learning Camp. We know we partner with Park Ridge. They're packed. We need you to continue to read. Let them have a break. There's still opportunity to read, to log into some of their programs. We need them to still be engaging during the summertime. And we'll be ready for them to come back to school. It'll come right around the corner again. On the first day on August 25th, we will be with you during the summer and stay safe. And we appreciate our partnership.
Fantastic. Anything else before we adjourn tonight? The time is 9:47. If there are no other comments, and this regular Board of Education meeting is adjourned.